Sandstorm. This is Sandstorm.
Yeah, connect yourself with the word, so you're always online. Sonic can run fast with my lord, it's always on time. Okay, I was doing the word, but only to check off the list. My lord didn't do me like that, so why would I do him like this? It's time to push his agenda, even if the odds are stacked. Because he makes a way out of no way, and he's got my back. Okay, you feel the pressure, huh? That ain't enough. We fall down, but now it's time to level up.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? We are here for another great podcast this wonderful Saturday. You see, we've got a whole panel today, and it is amazing. So, to my farthest right, we got our great guest here, ThunderStash. Stash, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Very busy. All of us are right now, I'm sure, just trying to get prepared, right, for Switch 2, making sure everything's in line. I always talk about it. It's important that all the projects are done. The house stuff, the laundry, the house projects that maybe you put off. Basically, try and do everything you can so when launch day comes, we're ready to roll. So that's what I've been doing. But I'm happy to be here today to talk video games with you guys and get hyped for Switch 2.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. And then we have got our other guest. She is down in this. I can't do it right because it's not letting me.
It's like the middle of Hollywood Square.
She's right in the middle.
I was just about to say that.
Perfect.
We got Joycie.
Yep.
Front and center. The one, the only Joycie J. How are you doing today?
I'm fabulous. How are you guys doing?
Doing amazing.
Doing
so
great.
we also got Action Jack to my right. Jack, how you doing?
Yes, sir. I am good, man. Like I said, I'm trying to hold back this excitement. We already got everything planned. I've already taken off of work. Me and the kids already planned our midnight release time frame. And like you mentioned earlier, when Switch came out, some people's kids were a certain age. My oldest was 3 at the time, and he's 13 right now.
Ooh.
So my youngest, who didn't get a chance to partake in it last time, he's 10, so he's looking forward to it this time around. So this is gonna be amazing.
Yeah. And then we got the man, the myth, the legend. You have stepped into the game. Shoutouts. How you doing?
Hey, what's going on? Same thing as us, ThunderStash, saying, getting some errands done around the house. Did some yard work earlier today, getting everything out of the way, getting the grill prep for tomorrow, whatnot. So everything next week is gonna be kosher. So yeah, I got a little bit of bad news. I don't know exactly what's gonna happen next week. I'll figure out whether or not I'm gonna have either my primary or backup system here next week. We'll figure out what happens, but either way, I'm prepared. So
Y'all hurt my soul with those messages, man. Like,
you go in there and you look in there like, oh well, we changed your delivery date. I'm like, well, you know what? Good that I got more than one of you. So,
Oh man,
It's getting scary. It's getting scary in here.
spooky out here.
So we got my first co-host Geronimo. How you doing?
Feeling good, feeling great. Glad to be here. It's a super full house. Weekend before Switch 2 launch. We about to get it to it.
You got that Gen 10 approaches low key.
Oh yeah, high key, low key for some, high key for us.
Very high key.
you count
Yeah.
console generations now. That's great.
Gen break brain, you know.
And then we got my man, my cousin, the co-host, Trey Vito. How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Good. Yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
Loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Is it loud?
Honey.
All right, good. Yeah, I'm good. How about y'all?
I am
Great.
doing amazing. Yes.
It's warmer now, but I'm staying cool.
Man, it is not cool here in Michigan. It is not cool yet. We still getting April showers, and it is now June. So
We had that this week too.
Oh no, we
had
getting
that-
the same thing. Yeah, we getting the
yeah.
same thing.
I looked out. I was like, oh, it's sunny out. Okay, good.
So, with that being said, oh yes, absolutely. With that being said, you know how we do. If you see it, check that out. You see the deacon on that part. You know, we got to pray in as we usually do. So, Father God, thank you for this safe space that you have given us and that you have allowed us. We appreciate all that you have given us, and we appreciate being able to have the space to be able to talk about the things that we love and the things that entertain us most, and we always put you first. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
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 Hey, Matt.
All
I feel
right.
like a heathen on a Saturday night.
That's why I don't drink it around here, man. I just be drinking the sparkling water.
I'm being bad. I'm allowing myself sugar and caffeine
Ain't nothing wrong with
Oh,
it.
that's me on the regular.
because I cut it all out. I quit so much stuff, like a lot of bad habits this year, and
Oh,
I was
that's
and all week. All week, I'm like, I can wait till the weekend. I made it.
right.
Like it's go time. So, with that being said, we have a wonderful new icebreaker that was tailor made with our guest in mind. The icebreaker, moderators, if you could throw this down, I may have to say it twice. The icebreaker is, what GameCube games would you like to see come to the Switch 2 NSO, and why? And that goes for the chat as well. So go ahead and throw your
You cut the
thoughts down.
Who wants to go first? Because you probably already know my answer.
Oh yeah.
So you want me to just get it out of the way?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know what it is too.
Okay, so here's my spiel. If you know me, you already heard this. I apologize. We need Twilight Princess on GameCube, but what we really need is Twilight Princess, The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess remade from the ground up using the Wii U tech demo as the art style. And they need to go ahead and put it on Switch 2. Charge us $80. That's the day I'm taking off work. That's the week I'm taking off work.
He said, I'm here for it.
Actually, it's probably one of the, I agree with you, Joycie. Yeah, I think that one does deserve a full ground up remake.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, visually for sure.
It's kind of
Because-
the one that gets talked about, but like never touched, really.
Yeah.
The problem is, I think, is that it is a mature, realistic art style. And, I think the concern is that Nintendo doesn't want to make it too adult-ish looking, because sometimes people, will just look at it and say, "Oh no, that's too grown for my kids" or something like that. At least that's what I think Nintendo's thinking. Nintendo, we're all adults now. It's okay.
Right.
Some of us got kids. Just saying.
Yeah.
It's us you want, not them. It's us. Okay. Who's next?
I'll go next.
Okay.
So this one was kind of tough because I had a handful of games I could have chosen, but one that I feel like gets ignored and everyone's been begging Sega to do it is Skies of Arcadia Legends.
Mm.
Yeah, that's a big one. Yeah.
That's especially when where it seems like we're in this RPG season right now. Like if you can just clean that up, modernize it a little bit, and just leave the story, the music, everything else the same. Even if you want to remaster the music, that's fine. But yes, Skies of Arcadia. If this is a way to see if people are still interested, do this one, and then let's get another one right after that.
I feel that. I definitely feel that. Dark Void said Eternal Darkness, True Crime, Streets of LA, and Time Splitters 2. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
Robert Harnett. Oh man, you took one of mine. I'm glad I have more than one, but you took one of mine. That custom robo. Oh, Need for Speed.
Need for Speed on the ground.
Ooh, yeah. There we go.
Taking it way back. Taking it back to the.
I'll just do the whole production studio for.
You took that was one of mine.
That was one of mine too. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm about to say Shadow he'll take it. He got them all loaded up right there.
Yeah, I almost typed out Capcom 5, or at least.
Gonna say you got the Capcom 5 there.
Yeah.
Everything but Dead Phoenix, basically.
Yeah.
This right here. I don't know if anybody mentioned that one. And this guy.
Oh yeah.
Another on my list. You peeking my notepad, man.
Yeah, you got to say yours soon, because
yeah, man.
Everybody's gonna say Zelda, so I'm not gonna put that there. But this, I don't know how many people.
Yeah.
I don't know how many people play. This happened accidentally because this is one of those situations where my youngest son. I got this from my youngest son, and for whatever reason, I decided to sit down and play it one day, and I'm like, huh. Actually, this is pretty freaking good. So it's some deep cuts there.
Yeah.
So
sure.
Other than the obvious, those are the ones that kind of stuck out to me that I thought most people wouldn't really pick up on.
Okay.
Jay, you know about Eternal Darkness and all that, and Metroid Prime, and
Jay said True Crimes, New York and LA.
Yes.
Twin Snakes, GoldenEye Rogue Agent, which isn't bad. Dead to Rights. Brand Smith said Rayman 3. Ooh.
Real one right there.
Yeah, Rayman, man. That's a game that should still be around. Yeah. We should still be talking about Rayman.
Yeah.
We should, right?
That was their mascot to me, but that's neither here.
It was to me. Yeah.
Rabbits took over.
Yeah. Colin Bryant said, or Colin Brandt, my apologies, said Double Dash is the only Mario Kart I haven't been able to play. Really hoping for that. I hope. I hope so too.
I think that's coming for sure. Like,
yeah,
we've got all the other classics on the other platforms in there, so that should be next.
Yeah.
Weird thing. I played that one online. People made custom servers called Warp Pipe back in the day, so you could tunnel the LAN service and you could play online with other people with GameCubes. It was actually pretty cool at the time.
I'm seeing a lot of Kirby Air Ride. Everybody's like, Kirby Air Ride!
Warp Pipe supported that game too. So
Kirby Air Ride online. Man.
All right, Stash, what about you, man?
Well, I got a handful I'd like to see. Wave Race Blue Storm, of course. That would look nice, upper res as well. But, obviously the thing that Nintendo's been doing with the NSO is adding the online play.
Yeah.
So Wave Race with online play would be awesome. Phantasy Star Online 1 and 2.
Yes.
With online play. Great. Because I played that on Dreamcast back in the day with online, and that was so much fun. So I think that is a very good candidate. I tried to look at some of the realistic ones, right? Because there's always games that I want that I know we're not going to get. Like Def Jam, NBA Street, Volume 1, 2, 3, NFL Blitz. Between licensing and just the overall product, we know how the NFL feels now, of course, about NFL Blitz and the actual hits. It was hard enough for Arcade 1-Up to get the NFL Blitz arcade even out for sale, which I have. But, they had the late hits taken out, so it kind of takes the heart out of the game. So there's always a ton of games that I'd love to see, but I just know we're not. I think Wave Race, of course, that's a shoo-in because it's Nintendo. But if you look at it, Phantasy Stars, Sega, so games like Monkey Ball, I expect Monkey Ball 1 and 2, Beach Spikers, which if you haven't
Beach
played
Spikers.
this
Oh, I
game,
forgot about that.
dude,
Oh,
it's
wow.
such a good game. Made by, or developed by AM2, who did Virtua Tennis, which, I don't play tennis. I play basketball. However, I love Virtua Tennis. Such a good game. And it's very similar. So those are a handful of games that I'd like to see. You mentioned Time Splitters earlier.
Yeah.
I just want to say this game was in licensing trouble for a very long time. And a lot of people don't know, but it recently came to the PlayStation Store a few months ago. So they got it all sorted out now. And I think there's actually a very strong chance now that we could see Time Splitters make it over to GameCube NSO, which would be great because, it's like the GoldenEye team.
I hope so.
We need that. Yeah, especially everything that went down with Embracer. Yeah, we need that.
Yeah. I'll throw one more out there only because there's a new opportunity here. I don't know how Nintendo would do it, but Zelda 4 Swords Adventures.
Oh, yeah.
With online play.
Yeah.
Because you remember you had to connect your GBAs back in the day.
Yeah.
And I feel like we could use our Switch and have the game on the TV.
Yeah.
Which would be excellent. Because really, very few people got to experience 4 Swords.
Yeah. Not intended play.
That was an expensive venture. You had to have the right friends and everything else to get that done.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. Trying to convince your friends to buy a copy of Zelda. And I'm like, no, I don't want that. You're like, just do it so we can play together.
Exactly.
All right. I'm seeing a whole lot of Billy Hatchers as well. Need for Speed, BMX, Triple X. Y'all are Sonic Riders, SSX Tricky.
On my list.
Okay. Mario Party 4, 5, 6, and 7 with online play. Oh, man. Cube War. Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
All right, Geronimo.
Well, I've exhausted the vast majority of them, but that's all me. But no, things that we haven't mentioned, and I don't think Nintendo mentioned these at all either. But both Star Fox games, Star Fox Adventures and Star Fox Assault, especially Assault. I know Chow Fox mentioned showed Beautiful Joe 1, but also Beautiful Joe 2, and I think the Smash Bros. Clone was on GameCube as well. Red Hot Rumble. I never played that one back in the day. That one always looked cool. Plus one to Extreme G3 as well. Some more obscure stuff like Gotcha Force. That would be a really cool get. I don't own that. A friend in college had it, and I was like, "Whoa, how did I not play this before?" And then I wrote it down. Lost Kingdoms. I would like to check that out.
Yeah, Lost Kingdoms 1 and 2.
The one I was saving in my pocket.
No, because I've seen it at a mom and pop stop before, like a year or two ago, and I was like, "This is from Software, isn't it?" Turned over, and I was like, "Yeah, I don't think many people know about this."
Yeah.
Nobody knows about it. It's just us, man.
Really.
For all the people sitting in the back seat who was like, "Oh my gosh, From Software is finally working with Nintendo." They have been with Nintendo for a very long time. These are that, and I'm gonna tell you right now. If you do not know, these games slap. Like, they are really good games, and they are nothing like the Souls games that y'all are used to. This, I wish.
For real. Those are pretty much the ones that we haven't mentioned that I'd love to see as well.
Okay. All right, Vito, you up next, man.
Yeah, Shadow took a lot of mine, and
you saw he did the quiz. I was like,
he kept doing this, and I was like, "Don't." Oh, there you go. All right. But yeah, they already showcased one of the ones that I was like really like wanting. And that's the Soul Calibur with Link on there. So you know, I'm pretty much good at that point.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But as far as like some others, like I said, Shadow. Yeah.
We're missing one though. We're missing one. I think somebody mentioned it in the chat. But it's the one that everybody probably should be thinking about, and I think it can actually happen. Melee.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know
yeah,
why
yeah,
I don't think about it is because
They didn't give us for
Smash
64.
64 is not out, and
Yeah.
they're being weird about it. I don't know why they're doing that, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
but yeah, I'll love it, of course.
Yeah.
Now, I know
Definitely.
Stash was talking about the licensed games that we already know we're not getting. I've always thought about those games that what made them so special was the gameplay, and especially for the sports game, right? So when we think about Streets Volume 2, I wonder from a license standpoint and from a contract standpoint if we could get those players swapped out, like for the ones that the NBA association doesn't have permission from. Like, what are the chances of like, hey, we can keep the gameplay the same, we spruce it up, and really we're just swapping out? Because as far as the music license, I think we would be good on that front, considering the fact that everything seems to be under UMG. So I think they can easily go to UMG and just call it a day. But yeah, I would think about games like that, especially when we go into the wrestling games, because WrestleMania was slept on. WrestleMania was slept on heavy because everybody was still on the nostalgia of No Mercy. And then also like the SmackDown games were prevalent for the PS2, so they were outdoing those games. But I always wondered if it was possible just to swap, or if the license issue was always bigger than just the personnel that were on the games or the companies that were on the game.
Well,
I would pay a pretty penny,
EA still
to
has
see
it.
Day of Reckoning on here. Day of Reckoning 1 and 2. I would love to see that on here.
That'd be great. EA still has the license for the NBA.
Right.
Obviously, they don't do anything with it. They have the NBA. They have the NBA Jam license as well. They own that IP. Of course, we got On Fire Edition back during the 360 PS3 gen, but haven't got anything since. I own the NBA Jam arcade game by Arcade 1-Up, and they've pushed through some updates where they actually remove players.
Really?
Yeah, and
No Air Dog, no Bill Clinton. That's wild.
No, not in the arcade edition. Yeah, there's no Bill Clinton. I think Air Dog's still in it, and like Mark Turmel, like all the developers. But that's what they've done, right, to kind of skirt around players not being part of the association. Is they'll just like make a mirror of whatever characters. Like I think the Milwaukee Bucks, there's 2 Blue Edwards, if you remember.
Gotcha.
Blue Edwards from the Bucks is two blues. So there's a few of those. Like I think I can't recall, but I think Reggie Miller's not in it. Which sucks because it's Reggie. That'd be nice to have Reggie.
Right.
It's just like 2K with no Reggie Miller, no Charles Barkley. It's unfortunate.
Joe
but,
Dumars, they're gone too, I guess, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's unfortunate.
Which, I mean, when you think about it, I think I side with them on the case. Like, if you're making this much, then don't short me for a quick 10 grand and call it a day. Like,
I'm completely with them as well. And I think 2K should pay up because they make that money in a few hours from kids buying packs of cards.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it is my turn, and I had to like go back and was like, man, they ate through my list.
Yeah.
Hungry.
That's what happens when you last, man.
But you know what? I still got a banger list.
Oh,
I still came out with a banger list. All right. So we have obviously 1080 snowboarding, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Avalanche. Yeah.
We have one of the greatest. I stand by it. It's like it's a brand name. I stand by it. I guarantee it. It is to me was probably one of the biggest showcases of all time of like graphical fidelity of its time, right?
Factor 5.
Star Wars.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Rogue Squadron, then Rogue Leader, and I'm like, they're doing global
still looks
illumination
good.
on the GameCube. That's wild.
that that second level had you like, wow, it's real.
But what are the chances? Because that sounds like another licensing nightmare.
Yeah.
No, it probably
I
is.
think it is.
Yeah.
They have to go through the hoops.
It probably is. I'm not even
Getting
gonna hold you.
GoldenEye out.
Because me personally, I've only gotten to play it one time.
Mhm.
And then even on the emulation scene, it's still kind of rough.
It's tough.
Yeah. So even if you want to play it, you gotta get the original. And I haven't experienced it in full. And I really want to play that game, especially for what I've seen and how people speak so highly about it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good. It is so good. It's basically just Star Wars. It's the whole Star
Yeah.
Wars piece, but it's very well done. Very well done.
It was Star Wars, and at the time, there was this notion at the time, for whatever reason, I guess at the time, like you're like right now we talk about teraflops and stuff like that. Back then it was how many million polygons per second could you put on the screen.
Right.
And Factor 5 was like, okay, we'll do it. Nintendo was kind of conservative, like, hey, we count everything with how many texture layers and stuff we have, so this is a realistic amount of what you have in the average game. And Factor 5 said, you know what? No, we're just gonna show you what the full capabilities are. And they just started throwing all kind of effects and everything in a launch game, and it's just crazy. And then they did even better than that in the sequel and put the entire first game like you could play split screen, which is insane. So basically they doubled the performance by enhancing their engine and whatnot, and adding other stuff that would later be in high definition consoles later on. So like Factor 5 was they were really smart with their kit. They knew how to like make shaders on GameCube possible. They were kind of fixed, but they were kind of not. If you knew what to do to manipulate the texture environment, it was effectively like a pixel shader. So they were able to do the same things that an Xbox would do with pixel shaders on the GameCube, and that was really impressive at the time. And a lot of people, I guess, they didn't really understand or see what was going on. They just knew, hey, it looks just like a movie, and that was kind of to this day, it still looks really impressive.
It looks so good. All right, keep it with. I don't know if it's actually gonna make it on there, but let's get ready to rumble.
Yeah. Ready to rumble
Yes.
boxing round 2. Oh man.
I had that on Dreamcast at launch.
Yeah.
Man,
Played
Like,
that
Yeah,
at it.
Dreamcast.
Yeah,
so much fun.
I was so disappointed that wasn't a part of the group that we got. What Sega was talking about coming back, I was like, that's a no-brainer. No-brainer,
Same.
but I mean,
Those
we still
games
haven't
are
even
fun.
seen the games they announced to us, so I guess it goes without saying. It really doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah. A lot of licensing in that one too, though. So they got to figure that one out.
True, like
No, I don't think we will get Michael Jackson. I don't.
something tells me you're right.
What, the Moonwalker game?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was actually a good game.
That was a good
Yes, it
game,
was. Yeah.
Wasn't there like a part, like if you go into the cemetery or something, depending on when you do it, you could actually get them to perform Thriller?
Oh, wow.
See, now you're gonna make me look.
If I remember right.
Look it up.
That's right.
I don't know if my friend like back in the day was able to do that, but that does sound like one of those things I just heard about but never saw in person. I wouldn't be surprised.
I forgot what the other song is, like a usual song that plays, but every like
Smooth Criminal.
blue moon or
Criminal.
blood moon, it'll turn into
Yeah,
Thriller.
Smooth Criminal, I think, the whole time.
Yeah.
I think so.
That was,
I don't remember.
yeah.
All right, so the next one I got, this one is a personal favorite. Didn't like the second one as much, but Spy Hunter.
Forgot about those.
Spy
Wait,
Hunter. When you're
I was
Okay.
iffy on Spy Hunter. I was iffy on
yeah.
It's great on the NES.
Yeah. So this one is one that I think snuck on the Switch eShop, if I'm not mistaken. But I would love for it to get put on the NSO. Blood Rain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Blood
they got
Rain's
it.
good.
That had how many sequels?
I think it was just 1 and 2.
Yeah,
It was just 1 and 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Well-
sounds right.
Yeah, Blood Rain, Betrayal, and then they have
Okay.
another one that came out recently because Actually, I think I have it over here physically
Really?
somewhere that I got from Limited Run Games.
I know what you're
When-
talking about.
Yeah, when I saw Blood Rain, I was like, oh wow, interesting. Yeah, like, I better swoop
I
this
don't know
up
how well that did, but it was
Yeah.
cool that it happened.
for
I
sure.
have to check that
Yeah.
out because I love Blood Rain. That's the vampire that does not get enough attention.
Yeah,
Right?
that's true.
All right, so one that I'm actually kind of surprised I didn't hear. Actually, these last 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, I'm kind of surprised I didn't hear. One of them is like a little iffy. Burnout 2.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
wondering if that's
It's
what
not-
you were about to
It's
say.
not the first one I think
One of
of,
them.
but I
Right,
would not be
exactly.
mad. I will not be mad if it coming.
Mm-hmm.
The
Yeah,
crash
'cause
mode
I'm-
alone, like I think I spent, I had to spend at least 400 hours just doing that, and multiplayer it all to see who can get the highest score is insane. Lots of fun
Yeah.
in that game. They did a really good job with that one.
Yeah, them burnout games.
All right, how about this one? I know Vito knows this one. Gun.
Yep.
Mm.
Oh yeah. Matter of fact, I just found my disc the other day,
Oh,
man.
that's dope.
I just found the disc. I don't know why. I was just randomly going through stuff. I saw it. I was like, I wonder if I crank out the GameCube right now, will it work right now?
Hey, the GameCube.
Yeah, I definitely need that, but that probably won't be on there.
All right, here's another one. Actually, I'm gonna say that one for last because that one's a big one for me. Enter the Matrix.
Really?
I didn't think you was gonna say
Yeah, I
that.
was after you.
No.
That's wild. That's wild.
Yeah, I think it's mostly on nostalgia actually. Just
Okay.
They
Yeah,
get
Yeah.
it
that makes more
decent,
sense.
for sure. Yeah.
mostly
me a
off of
little
the
better.
fact I feel like if they get the controls better, then it'll be all right. But it's one of those games that I feel like the movie is obviously historical, and it
Right.
just gives
Yeah.
a lot of people a chance to not experience the movie, but kind of experience that world. Especially when we, been hearing about the whole Matrix demo running and blah 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 blah.
But it was a side story. It actually went along
with the movie.
like the between I think 1 and
Yeah.
2 and 3. Like it was an in
Yeah.
between story. So
Yeah.
it was.
I think that would be dope. Now this last one, I'm surprised that nobody threw this one in here, and I'm glad because this was actually the one that I was tighter than Lost Kingdom. Bloody Roar.
Pause.
Oh, man.
Yo,
Oh,
yes, sir.
Wow.
I'm slipping. That's what it needs
yes,
to come
sir.
back.
Oh,
Wow,
man.
my camera's
Yeah,
freaking out.
you're right.
You know what? That needs to come back in
That could
general.
have a Soul
Just
Calibur 2
period.
effect
Just-
of, my God, yes, it's out of the depths. It's free.
Mhm.
It's free.
Which one though? 2 or 1?
It is what is it called?
Is it Primal Fury?
It
Primal
was
Fury.
Pause of
That's-
Fury, right? Or was it Primal Fury? I forget which one it was.
I remember Bloody Roar Primal Fury. I think that was the one I played.
Yeah, I think it's Primal Fury. But yeah, like
Hmm.
you said, overall, generally speaking, that
I have it in here somewhere.
that
Yeah,
needs
Primal
to,
Fury. Yeah.
Sure thing is not.
that needs to come back. I missed that game
Yeah.
pretty heavy. Just being able to transform into different animals in the middle of the fight.
Yep.
Man, and the
That was dope.
CPU would catch you every time. I'm comboing.
Yeah.
I'm comboing. Dude, what?
I got one alibi when you're done, man.
Okay,
I,
go
was about to say,
ahead, go
I
ahead.
have
That was
two
my
because I
last
saw this list and there was 2 games I can't believe I forgot. But yeah, go ahead, Shadow.
Honestly, I think Nintendo already covered it, but it was F-Zero GX.
Yep.
Because I know I just got a strange feeling that's going to be
It's at launch. Yeah.
yeah. If they have you be able to unlock the arcade mode like you can with the Japanese version of the disc, that's insane. Because there's so many cars on screen.
Mhm.
I
think
think
we're
that
gonna
would
get
probably be the better version of it online. To be honest with you.
I think we're gonna get it because on GBA they put out what was it, F-Zero Climax, which I think was the Japan exclusive one,
Mm-hmm.
and that one plays great. I was like, wow, this never came out. So yeah, I think it's good. I think they're looking out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think a lot of people, if you could play online with that, there's another one coming. There's another one coming for sure.
I believe so too. And I think NST is at least gonna be main ones on it.
Yeah.
All right, Jack, what were you gonna say?
So these 2, like I said, I'm gonna make them real quick. One is a series, and then the other one is just a standard game that I feel like needs to come out before Ubisoft butchers the second one. So I feel like
Yeah.
Beyond Good and Evil should come to
I'm
NSO.
that's a blind spot.
And then
Yeah.
when we look at a series, which I fell in love with these games, were the Lord of the Ring games. Wasn't the biggest fans of the movies, but the games played amazing.
Yeah,
And the Lord of the Ring games were amazing. So yeah, I just wanted to throw those in there because I feel like those were slept on games then. And then especially even with like the 2-player co-op, and that's the key thing for Nintendo is like still representing couch co-op. You know, and then also too, we're talking about game chat features and being able to play together off of, you know, right now we're talking NSO. So as long as you're paying for the subscription, you and I can play, no issue there with the game chat feature. So I think that series along with Beyond Good and Evil will be dope.
Elvis says Matrix, the Matrix is awesome. Anyone remember coming out to multiplayer where you play? Yes, I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that. I vividly remember that. It was the most wackiest thing in the world. And then you were thinking like when the Path of Neo came out, like, can we do something crazy like this? But it was only a 1-player game.
That's a video game. They said it was a video game, so that's the dope part about it. And Joycie, I just saw that video you were talking about with the moonwalk. Yeah, so they were able to do the whole Thriller thing with 2 zombies on the video. That's crazy.
That's what it was.
Paul Shaw said, there will be a separate mature 17 GCN app. To be honest with you,
With those
I would not be
007 games on there.
Yeah, I would not be surprised at all.
You know what else we need to get on there?
There's already
We need to get Resident Evil.
There's already
Resident Evil, yeah. I mean, they put 4 everywhere else. Might as well put it on NSO.
Yeah, and the remake, of course, because that game still looks great today, and then seeing it up-resed would look even better.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's no RE0 anywhere else, right? It's just Did they port it to Switch?
It's on PS4.
It's
I
on
think
PS4.
I have it behind me.
Okay.
Did they not put?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Pokemon fan, what up? Said Shaq. No one said Prime 2 or 3.
I think everybody's waiting for this inevitable remake. Like,
yeah, I don't want it.
I feel like
I don't want
Yeah.
it. I want the HD trilogy redone with mouse controls.
At least Pikmin 1, was it Pikmin 1 and 2, like a clean HD? If they're not gonna put the time into it, but they should put the time into it. But especially Prime 2.
Yeah. So, with that being said, guys, go ahead and leave more of your picks that you would love to see come to the NSO. But now, I'm waiting for this time.
Yes, sir. My question's ready.
Both ThunderStash and Joycie have had the opportunity to go to the Switch 2 experience. And I am so excited because I want to hear these. I want to hear these stories. If you see me with my eyes rolled back and just laying back, it's because I'm visualizing me being there through your story. So I'm gonna let Joycie go first. Joycie, please give us the story of your wonderful experience, or not so wonderful. If
take it step by step.
Yeah.
Oh, slow.
Take me through there as if I'm walking right behind you. I'm right behind you. Go ahead.
So first, I woke up that day.
There you go.
And,
okay.
And then I brushed my teeth and washed my face.
Right. Gotta do that. Gotta get it right. Gotta get the hygiene.
Had our morning prayer and coffee, and then I got in the car.
All right.
Okay.
With my purse. Okay.
Was there gas in there? Was there gas in the car?
Yes, the gas tank was full.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. My car doesn't go below half a tank because it just makes me nervous.
I can understand that.
For real.
Okay. And real quick, I just have to say this because it's driving me up the wall. Chat, I apologize for my camera quality. It's driving me up the wall.
Me off.
I don't know what's happening on YouTube because on our side, I'm perfectly clear. Anyway. But seriously, so I went to the Switch 2 experience in Dallas. it was really it was crazy because Mike Odyssey was also there, and literally we missed each other. It was
wow.
Mike got an earful
Wow.
on the podcast, and I said, "This is why from now on I plan everything." Anyway, so my group wasn't too big, and they didn't seem to be pushing the previous group out really quickly. So I think when it thinned out, they let us in. We played Mario Kart World first. And also real quick, they hype you up before you go in.
That's
Because
cool.
you know
Yeah.
it's Nintendo. They're like, you guys are gonna be playing Mario Kart World, blah 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 blah. Who's excited for Switch 2? You know, and we're all adults now, and we old, so we're like, yay! No, really, we're excited. We're just tired. So, now I've been driving all day, and I was hopped up on coffee and McDonald's. Good Lord. One of the guys was like, for those of you who are just here kind of as a companion, your job is to coach and to cheer on and to scream for your person so they can win. And I had no person, so I had to find a person.
Oh,
that could partner with me.
Oh man.
When I signed up for the Switch 2 experience, I was like, yeah, they're not going to pick me. They're going to pick like you guys, like actual creators, people that can spread the word. No, they weren't. They picked all us randos. So we get in, I play Mario Kart Tour. I have been such a Splatoon girly for Switch.
Okay.
Because I was so wrong about Splatoon. I thought it was stupid, and I'm like, what is Nintendo thinking? You guys are idiots. This is when I was getting back into gaming, though. I got back into gaming in my 30s. And then I actually sat down and played Splatoon and everything, and I'm like, this is my life. Okay. So, but we're doing Switch 2, so I'm trying to capture the hype or feel the hype for Mario Kart World. Racing games are not my jam, but I said we're open mind here. So I played it, and I had a good time. I mean, I died like instantly. Who cares? I was having fun. I'm like, that's just like Splatoon. I die all the time, especially in X rank. So I could do something with this. And I know how Nintendo is. I know how they are. They like to convince you that the game's only this big when it's really this big. They love to do that. They did that with Breath of the Wild. So they're doing that with Mario Kart.
Oh, wow.
Tears of the Kingdom as well. Because remember, Tears of the Kingdom hit a whole third map. So, so me and my buddy, my partner, shout out to him. I really wish I remembered his name, but he was really nice. We were trying to go back and forth, playing, and then we played the knockout tour, and then after that, they let you go run free. For lots of reasons that we don't need to get into, I'm not going to get into why I don't like Donkey Kong, but I did play it. Sandstorm, you can probably guess, but there's a reason I don't like monkeys. There's a reason I just don't like monkeys.
Oh, okay.
Okay. We're on the same page with that, then that's fine. I'm okay with that. I thought we were playing games.
Okay. I think we are on the same page, but it's no shade to Donkey Kong.
I'm already okay. Yeah.
I'm trying.
I'm sure Jack's my cousin. But I did play it. And it's going to be worth it, guys. You're going to love it. It's beautiful. It is very beautiful. I just can't get past the monkey personally.
That's fair enough.
It's fun.
That's fair.
And so, of
No
course,
King Kong, no none of that. You don't like no type of monkeys?
I saw one King Kong movie, and look, we'll talk about it.
Planet of the Apes is a no.
I get it.
All versions.
Planet of the Apes, none of that. I'm not.
Oh,
It's just not my jam. But that's okay. But so of course Nintendo's going to throw their first parties at you first, and then you're able to go out further to the floor and just run amok. Everything that was in the direct was there, and I'm just going to get out of the way the one game I don't like, or a couple games I didn't like. Ancient Civilization 7, it ain't my thing. It's just not for me.
Yeah.
When the demo ended, I sighed in great relief. So, and also, but I will say this: Nintendo, stop putting games in the back behind curtains, because I didn't know anything.
They really did that.
They did that.
Explore the whole floor.
They did that.
Wow.
It's not even explore. When you see a big curtain, you just
Hands
think,
off,
oh, I don't
yeah.
go
Oh,
that
right.
way.
I feel you. I'm like that
Yeah,
too. I'm
yeah.
not the
Yeah.
okay. It's boarded off for a reason type. That's how I am.
They
You
did
know,
the same thing with the Wii U experience.
That's what I
also.
thought.
Where you didn't get to see Batman or some of the other games unless you knew it was there, and you went behind the curtain, and then the attendant would show up when you went open the curtain. So it was
yeah,
kinda
young me
weird
would
stuff.
have. Young me would have been like, "What they hiding back here?" Old me is
Yeah.
like,
If I saw someone else
That's
vote,
not
then
for
I'd
me.
be like,
"Yeah." Right.
I'll get kicked out because I'm looking behind all that. I'm just
Sir,
looking. I'm
sir,
opening up
should've.
the curtains and who's back here? hold on, I see something.
Right.
But I made myself try it because I knew I wasn't gonna like it. But I'm like, okay, I'm gonna make myself try it, and I didn't like it. And I'm like, I knew it. Okay, that's okay. But if you do like that game, mouse controls are gonna be your
Yeah.
friend. So I'm not big into fighting games. I own Smash, unlocked all the single player, and then I put it down. But I did play Street Fighter. It was fun, but it's still not my jam. I'm like, this is a game I would play if somebody gave it to me as a gift, but I'm not gonna buy it. Or if I play every single other game that I like and have nothing else, then I'm gonna play Street Fighter. And that's no shade. It's just not my thing. So all the games I did like, let's talk about those. So I played Wind Waker on the. The only reason I tried it because I was like, I just want to touch it. I just want to look at it. I'm so excited for Wind Waker that I'll have it. I don't have to dig out my, like any of my old systems, like my Wii, because I have it on my Wii as well, and my Wii U. And I will say this: it looks weird. It looks like N64. Link looks HD, but the background looks like it's N64 upres. Does that make sense?
Kind of like how that Pokemon
Link looks like
was
he's
for me.
pasted in.
Okay.
He looks like he almost looks like a paper version of himself. It looks weird, but I don't care.
Okay.
But I'm excited for it anyway because hey, Zelda. What else did I play? What else was there, Stash? Cyberpunk. Oh yeah. Okay, we gotta get into it.
Hold on. All right.
Yeah,
Sit up close. Okay. You got your water, your coffee, y'all. Okay. The hype is real.
Okay.
Yes.
The hype is extremely real. I was always interested in Cyberpunk. I'm not. I like open world and free and stuff, but sometimes when everything's a little too realistic, it kind of throws me off. But Cyberpunk just looked different, and also we all know Keanu Reeves is a living, saint. So anything he does, I'm kind of interested in. He's a real life saint. He's a very, very nice person. He shows up at people's weddings just because they randomly invite him.
Oh wow.
Yeah. He doesn't understand that he's kind of thing. So that's what caused me to be interested in it. And then I saw the problems that happened. I'm like, okay, I'll revisit this when they get it together. They got it together. And I played it, and I was able to talk to one of the devs. I'm so sorry I did not get his name. I was too excited. I'm a kid in a candy store. I wasn't focused. But one of the devs, I was like, so this is for the Switch, right? Or this is for the Switch too, right? And he's like, yeah. And I said, this is for the Switch. He said, yeah. And I'm like, this is the PlayStation build, right?
Yeah, the box hidden behind a curtain. Another curtain.
We got him, guys.
Ain't no attention to that man behind the curtain.
Hey, you
Right.
Wizard of Oz.
It's not PlayStation. But I did genuinely ask. I said, this is the PlayStation build, right? No. And that when I came back is when I kind of got dug a little bit more into it and everything. A lot of you guys have already done videos about it. They're building a build for the Switch. It looks gorgeous. And I was not playing the game. I was looking for flaws. I am not one of those people that are sensitive to frame rates. As long as it looks good enough, I'm happy with it, which is why Nintendo's my system. I don't care about seeing freckles on someone's but correct. I did.
HDR.
Can I see the game? Look, you're talking to somebody who played OG Zelda. I'm in Ganon's Tower with a whole bunch of dark nuts. You can feel the slowdown.
Yeah.
I am not crazy. I didn't. Okay, y'all remember that. So that's why frame rates don't bother me. I'm like, this is better than Super NES, so I don't care. But guys, I wasn't looking around to play the game. I'll play the game when I get it and go as slow as I want to go. I was looking for flaws. I saw none.
Nice. I like that.
Hey.
I like that.
I was walking up to different characters and really looking at them. Oh no, your hair really is like 3 different shades of pink. That's blush, that's bash, and that's cherry. Okay, I got this. Okay, I'm seeing. So the fact that I can see 3 shades of pink, that lets you know already that, okay? You know, I'm seeing actual detailed tattoos.
Right.
And the devs are talking to me, and I'm just kind of like,
Right.
And also, I say this every time I talk about Cyberpunk. It is going to be complete for physical people who like to buy physical. It's going to be 100% fully on the actual cartridge. This is the behavior we want to support. Even if you are not interested in Cyberpunk, buy it and play it anyway.
Yeah.
We want to support this good behavior. I know digital is coming, but I'm going. You know, if I'm, I'm fighting tooth and nail on the way. Okay, so so there was that. But Cyberpunk actually really impressed me. A game that I was not necessarily interested in, but did impress me was Hades 2.
Yeah, all right.
I had not played a Hades game.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what do you? And then when my time at the demo. Where's my controller? When my time with the demo was over, they're like, okay, ma'am, you know, and I'm like, I'm playing games, leave me alone. I wish I could have gone back, but I didn't. And I'll tell you why later, and you probably already have guessed. But it's a very good game. It's more, you know, sometimes I think all of us kind of have this periodically. If it's an indie, but honestly, that's where a lot of the gems are.
Yep, that's so
are
true.
the indies. I was like, but then what does this happen? And what does this power do? And I'm one of those people, when I play a game, I want to play it. I want to get in the corner and dig into stuff and find things. You know, that's me. And I couldn't do that. And I was getting annoyed that I had to leave. So I'll be picking up Hades 2. I did not play Split Fiction. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
But I've heard nothing but good things about it. What's the other thing that I played?
What about?
Oh, I've been a fan of this fan base for years, and I think I'm about to become a fan myself. I played Metroid Prime 4.
All right.
Y'all ain't ready.
Hey.
Y'all ain't ready. I wasn't ready. They had me play it with mouse controls, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just an old lady. Give me my controller. I want to sit on the couch and play video games. I don't want all this. You know, I don't want to do all that. But that's not the point. That part in the one of the places you start off with, if I remember correctly, is similar to the trailer, the direct trailer that we saw. And, you know, where Samus comes out like, yes, I'm Samus, and you hear the music. It sounds better in person. When you guys get Metroid Prime 4, and Stash, back me up on this, I want you to get the big, good headset.
Oh, yeah. Music's fantastic.
And put on noise cancellation. Make sure the kids out the room and just turn it up and just listen. Child, it was beautiful. And I'm thrown in, and this is why I said I think I need to play the Metroid games. I'm like, wait a minute, why are we here? What's happening? Why are we shooting things? How do I do this? Why am I a ball now? Who's that? Where's Silex? I don't understand what's happening. Is Ripley in this one? These are my questions. And I'm like, I have no idea what's going on, which is great. So that means I have to get into the whole series, which is all on NSO. Right. So yeah. But the game is beautiful, guys. I mean, I said, this is a contender for, I think we might have a GOTY contender on Nintendo side.
It has to
We'll see what the rest of the game is, but I was impressed. If you could impress me to spend money,
Right.
because I know I joke all the time, you know, like save your money and, you know, buy this. It seems like I shop all the time, and I do, but I'm reasonable with it. I don't just be buying stuff, so I'm reasonable with it. So Metroid totally made the list. What else did I play? Those are the three, obviously, that really stood out, though. Stash, what am I missing?
Dragon
Let's
Drive?
see.
Hogwarts?
Yeah, Dragon Drive. Did you play that?
Yeah, Dragon Drive.
I didn't play Dragon Drive. It's
Did you
not
play
my
Mario
jam.
Party?
It's sports ball. Mario Party includes other humans, so that's why.
I get it. Let's see.
The Zelda upgrade.
yeah.
Oh yeah, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the
Y'all
Kingdom.
know I played. Y'all know I play. Come on, y'all. Do you know who I
Hey,
am?
look.
I'm Link's favorite auntie.
I'm just trying to see what the thing looked like.
I was trying to. I was trying to leave that for
Okay.
last. You did ask me about Hogwarts
Yeah.
Sandstorm. I'm not a Harry Potter girl. I was the Twilight girly. I was too old to be both anyway, but whatever.
Never too old.
But oh yeah, that's right. I'm eternally 19. I did look at Hogwarts.
Okay.
There was a healthy line for it, and it's not my jam, so I was like, I don't have to wait in this line, but I did see it. Yeah, it's good. It's so good. A shout out to Tall Show in the chat. Tall Show was there, and he hung out with me. We weren't at the same experience. His was the next day, but he was able to come and chill and hang out with me after mine, and I was so excited. I think I frightened him to death, but that's okay. So Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, I kept circling and come around ever so often because I said, I just got to see Sidon in 4K. I need it in my life. So exactly. Sidon in 4K is glorious. Be still. A hot. Yes. I didn't play Tears of the Kingdom. I played Breath of the Wild. That's right. And so we were able to beat. So I was able to beat the elephant divine beast on his back, and I was like, I do not remember the controls at all, child. I got shocked and everything. Glass things were the glass,
The cube?
or the frozen water stuff cubes.
Oh yeah.
They were hitting me in the face. I was like, I don't remember the controls. What have I been doing with my life? Oh my gosh. As punishment, I should play this whole game again on Switch 2.
There you go.
And Dragon Drive, the only reason I didn't play it because I don't like sports ball.
Sports balls. Okay.
Go sports ball, go shooty hoops, and make a field goal after you run the bases.
I love it.
However, there was a healthy line for it. So there's that.
Good to know.
What am I missing? I feel like there's one I'm missing.
Kirby?
Dang it.
Oh yeah, Kirby.
Kirby's not my jam,
Okay.
and I didn't play it, but I did watch.
Okay.
And yeah, you guys are gonna
How
love
about Yakuza?
it. Yakuza was hidden.
Ooh.
I didn't find it. I didn't even know it was
It
there.
was hidden in the
Why?
mature section, right?
It was just hidden. There was nobody saying to your this way. Here's Yakuza. Mind you, there were children there. So I understand mature and everything like that, but the fact that there was nothing, it was very obvious who the children were. Nobody going around tapping all the adults. Hey, we got Yakuza.
Yeah.
We got Yakuza in the back, y'all.
Come on.
So I'm gonna wait a little bit on that one, but I'm one of my favorite Let's Players has played through all of the Yakuza games. I'm gonna give it another shot. When I say just buy games, who cares? Who doesn't care? Blah blah. I play games that you want. Spend money on games you want to play first before you start probably experimenting. I will say that. Breath of the Wild. I'm so. the reason I get so excited about Zelda is because it's part of my childhood. My dad bought me my first NES and my first Zelda game, and it's been me and Link ever since. For years after that, when I was in my like late teens, or my mid teens to about late 20s, I bought into that whole, oh, okay, I'm an adult now. You know, I can't play games anymore. I can't like this anymore. I can't do that anymore. Blah 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 blah. And then I got to about 30, and I was like, wait, I'm grown. I do what I want. I'm gonna go buy a Wii, and got back into gaming. And it was a Twilight Princess ad on television that got me to buy a Wii very late in life. And I said, I miss Link. I want to see what's happening. He's never looked like this. And now fast forward to after the Switch and seeing that game in 4K, I'm like, good God, how far have we come? This game is excellent. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. And yay, Zelda. Y'all know me. And one more quick story. There was a father and son next to me that was playing Tears of the Kingdom. And I just looked over at him like, teach the children. I'm so excited.
Do it for the babies.
Do it for the cheer, because you know Wu-Tang is for the cheerleading. So we got to do it for the cheering. This is why I love being around my people. So look, all the ones that stood out to me are obviously the ones I remember the hardest. I'm buying. Yes, this is fiscally irresponsible unless you just have extra money or you save for it. But I'm buying the Wild Era, physical for Switch 2 because it's gonna look good on my shelf. I'm never gonna open it.
Wow.
But whatever. And yes, and then I'm still gonna get the free upgrade on NSO. It is what it is. Yeah. I'm not saying this is reasonable behavior. So if you don't want to do that, please don't. I'm doing this as a collector. I bought a Switch Lite just because it had Zelda on it. I have not opened the box. Okay. So that I think it's still in the bag. I need to go put it up in the gaming area. Anyway. So let's see here. I think that was really about it. I think that was everything. The games that stood out to me: Cyberpunk, Hades 2, Metroid Prime 4. Those are the games that I'm like, you need those at launch. As well as Mario Kart World. It doesn't surprise me anymore when Nintendo impresses me. I'm always impressed when developers actually do the right thing and optimizing their games so it can run on Switch. Can we stop acting like this isn't a little beast that we're about to have in our hands? This is about to, guys, y'all, I don't think we're ready. Our wallets aren't ready. I don't know if our bodies are really ready. Because now that they found out it's a little beast, everything's coming. I think, wasn't Elden Ring already announced for Switch 2 as well? Yeah. Of course that wasn't there. But yeah, guys, it's looking good. Nice. I'm excited. Now Stash will have way more details and everything because he's more technical. I'm just a fangirl. I was just in there like, I want to play games.
Stash start us off when you woke up.
You combed your stash.
It had to be perfect, flawless.
Did you eat a Airhead?
No candy at all. It was interesting. So when I signed up for the Switch 2 experience, I signed up for every location at every time slot. Okay. Because I was willing to travel. I didn't really care. I was like, whatever. Let's see if it happens. And if I get selected, I'll go. Personally, I felt like I don't need to go play it to be sold on it or anything. But if I get selected, I want to go. Just so I can obviously provide footage, right, to the channel. And I didn't get picked. So, no big deal. Kind of presume that because as we know, millions of people applied for this and only a couple of thousand got selected. So the odds were not good. I signed up on the waiting list and got an email from Nintendo 6 days before. The New York experience. Yeah, it was 6 days before, and it said, I had 48 hours to decide. I was like, whoa. Like, I talked to my lady. I'm like, babe. I was like, I reiterated everything I just said. It's like, you remember how I applied everywhere and we didn't get it? And then I said, I'll try the waiting list, but we probably won't. It's like, Nintendo just emailed. She's like, what? I was like, yeah. It's like, so what do you think? She's like, let's go. Like, she was totally on board. So then I was like, okay, all right, like, let's do it. Got online, figured everything out with the flights. And of course, it's to New York. I'm in Arizona.
Right.
So everything was expensive, but it's fine. It was the experience. It's a once in a lifetime thing. I've been to some other like Nintendo related experiences back in the day, like for the GameCube. And that was a ton of fun. But this is way different, right? The hype level is way different. And I'm actually doing this now for work. So I was like, I should really go. So that is kind of my upfront story. We were there for literally 48 hours, though, like to a T. We took the red eye. So we flew out at like 10:05, got there at like 6 a.m. and just kind of like hit the ground running. Now, as far as my experience with it, as Joycie said, when you walked in, we're kind of in a waiting area, like a holding area, and everything's red. All the walls, like they wrapped everything in Nintendo red. There's red lights, and even for like recording video footage of the event, like even on the show floor, it's tough to capture really good quality because there are red lights like everywhere, even reflecting off some of the screens.
Right.
So that was kind of tough. But right when we walked in, man, they had the Nintendo music playing through the speakers, just classic music.
Nice.
I was like, oh man, like this is gonna be fun. And again, yeah, we got in there. The first little waiting area has the hardware where you can actually pick up the Switch 2 in handheld and pull the Joy-Cons apart, test out the magnets. Behind the glass, they had the retail packaging, the Switch 2 Pro controller, the GameCube NSO controller, all that stuff. And again, they get you all hyped for Mario Kart. Michaela, my lady, she recorded a lot of the event, which I have a ton of footage, a ton of videos on the channel. And we played head-to-head multiplayer first. So we got to play Mario Kart in handheld form. Then we got to play it docked with the Switch 2 Joy-Cons and the grip.
Okay.
And I don't know about you guys, but I don't play with the Joy-Cons and grip. I don't even play with the Joy-Cons unless it's handheld mode. I'm always using the Pro controller. And so I was like, okay, yeah, like we'll test it out. And I gotta say though, that I was impressed with the Switch 2 Joy-Cons and the grip. Like it feels considerably better than the Switch 1 Joy-Cons and grip. It's a much, much better controller.
Nice.
Almost to the point that, yeah, like I wouldn't feel bad using it. Like if I was playing, like if I have friends or family over and we're playing Mario Kart competitively, I don't think it's valid to say that you're at a disadvantage by using that controller. It's not like handing someone a Mad Catz controller.
Right.
It's actually good, yeah.
A functional Mad Catz controller.
Universal understanding is just...
Yes. So yeah, it was actually, the controller is good. And so we got to play both those modes. And then it was time for the knockout tour, which that was a ton of fun. There was 24 of us playing head to head against each other. So it was everybody that is part of the group. And I think they purposefully had the groups to be 24 players. So each group for each time slot was 24. And so, yeah, Knockout Tour is absolutely amazing. It is a game changer mode. I have been playing Mario Kart, of course, since the beginning on the SNES, since it came out. I believe I've never missed a day one launch day for Mario Kart. So I love it. The the same could be said for many Nintendo titles, but I've been there from the beginning. So I've seen the evolution. I've seen all the modes, the gimmicks, the double dash, everything. And this mode, everyone's going to love it, especially if you're competitive. Like if you really enjoy competing, this mode has it all, man. Like it's high energy, it's intense. And getting through each, I don't know what you'd call it. They're not laps, but we'll just call it laps, where you have to finish right in the top percentage. So yeah, starting off, you have to finish in the top 20. So if you're 21 through 24, like you're in the last spots, the race is over and you just have to sit there for the whole time. And it's not a short race.
Episode 9 death race.
It'll be interesting to see how they handle that too with online play. Like if you get knocked out, can you just exit and go to another one, or do you have to actually sit there and wait and watch? That'll be interesting. But it was just intense because you're always racing towards making sure you finish within the top percentage so you can keep going. And so normally, like with each lap in Mario Kart, you're always trying to position and do better. But with this, you have to do better. Otherwise, it's game over, essentially. Wow. And you have to sit there and watch. So that's why it is so intense. But man, that mode was so much fun. Had a great time. Did end up winning it, which is cool because, I would presume I'm playing against probably some very good Mario Kart players, right? If you're going to the Switch 2 experience, I presume there's people that got game, and I felt it. Like, I definitely felt the heat. The people I was playing against were very good. I'm like, this is fun, man. Like, I can only imagine how cool this is going to be playing it online.
Yeah.
So I can't say any more good about it. As far as the grinding, I did do a lot of grinding.
Okay.
That is a lot of fun. I did a lot of power sliding. In all the Mario Kart games, love to power slide. Always looking for the line.
Oh, yeah.
And even like on the Knockout Tour track, there's certain areas where I'm literally power sliding to the right. And then as soon as I hit my turbo, I am now starting up my power slide to the left. And you can only do that, right, if the tracks are set up that way.
Right.
And, I can't say the same for all the tracks because we haven't played them all. But I got to say, for a lot of the ones that I played, if you really enjoy power sliding, so, if you're like super competitive and you enjoy being able to find those lines, these tracks are set up really nice for that. And that's one thing I noticed about Tour or Mario Kart World is that we're going to see a lot of that in all of the tracks. So
love it.
That's my biggest takeaway there. As far as the games, right? So let's dive in here. Right when I went in, I believe I played Breath of the Wild and Tears, and I got to play them both in handheld mode and, of course, docked. Now, I played Breath of the Wild right when it came out. Had the Switch on day one. I beat Breath of the Wild within the first month, so I have not returned back to it. And that is a game that I'm, outside of for the DLC, I haven't returned back to play through it. That's a game that after playing it at the Switch 2 experience, I only needed a couple of minutes, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm totally going to play through this whole thing again. And I don't know where I'm going to find the time to do it.
Right.
Because I have games I got to review, but I'm going to do this because it's amazing. It feels like a whole new game. And, I got to say, I've experienced a lot of the PS4 to PS5 upgrades.
Oh no.
Yeah, we lost him.
Oh no. We lost him. Oh,
this feels more significant.
He went out for a second.
You froze up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Scared.
This game, this feels more significant. The Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom upgrades. It feels like more significant than PS4 to PS5 upgrades. The games that were upgraded. Like with HDR, so traditionally on like PS5, PS4 Pro, Xbox, right? Even with the movies, HDR is really utilized for the lighting and the shadows. And what I've noticed with Nintendo Switch 2, and I noticed it immediately, is, you know, they're using the wide color gamut HDR, and the colors literally like pop off screen. And Joycie, did you notice this too?
I apologize. I'm typing.
Did
Wait,
you
which
just
game?
notice overall like the colors just really pop on the screen?
Oh my God, the colors.
Right?
Nintendo. Look, don't let just a plain gray shirt fool you. I'm all about my bright colors, and you know, and I mean real color. Nintendo will use the entire color palette, and I love that about that. And when I tell y'all, it's gorgeous. It pops, and it just
very vibrant, right? It just feels like it's popping off screen.
It does feel like it's popping off screen, like, you know, you're either about to fall into the screen or back, or something's about to fall out. It's serious.
Yeah. So it was visually impressive as far as that wide color gamut goes. So Zelda looks so much better. Obviously, going from the frame rate that we had to 60, possibly more. We'll see if there's going to be any other options there. But playing it in both handheld and docked, I didn't notice any difference in frame rate. I am pretty sensitive to frame rate. I can tell if there's, you know, any drops or anything like that. It's not that it bothers me, but I can definitely tell my eye is trained for that. And that was one good thing to see, is that there was no drop off as far as performance goes. The screen, Switch 2 screen. So I have, you know, I have my launch day Switch, and then I have my Switch OLED. And yeah, I know a lot of people were really concerned, right, when they found out that the Switch 2 wasn't going to have an OLED. And I think there's probably a lot of us that understand that Nintendo was never going to do an OLED for the Switch 2 launch, because they're going to do that in a few years. That's the business plan. That's the strategy, right? So that'll eventually come, or something close to it. But this screen quality, gotta say, superb. It's very good. I think people are going to be happy, and those fears of having a poor screen or having to go from OLED to LCD, I think those will go away pretty quickly after people play it. So those colors pop just as much as they do portably as they do in docked. We didn't get to try out Zelda Notes. They didn't have, you know, that app available. And I'm not really sure that would be the best place to do it anyways. Yeah. At E3 style events, that's really not the best place to do it, which is why, like,
you're not really playing per se. It's like, with the notes, you kind of want to go slow at your own pace and everything.
It's loud.
You don't get to really experiment as much.
Yeah, it's like same reason why I had no interest in playing Civ 7. Now I watched it from afar and I got to see things like the resolution and the frame rate. It's just not a game, of course, that I would want to play at an expo or the experience. It would be like, you know, going to go play SimCity at E3. It's like, no, I'm good. I'll play that at home, right? But both Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, just to echo what Joycie said as well, they do feel like brand new games, and that is very exciting. So again, as we all know, if you have NSO with the expansion pack, you get both games at no additional cost. That's how I always word it, because you know what happens if you say it's free, right?
You're right.
Everybody gets after you in the comments. It's not free. It's like, all right.
Well, actually,
I mean, yeah, exactly, right?
Mhm.
So both Zelda's great. Played Cyberpunk. Again, the HDR Night City looks spectacular.
Yes.
Yeah, obviously, you know,
Oh,
there's a lot
man.
of there's
I'm
a lot
really
of
excited.
colors, neon lights. Yeah, it looked great. Now, with going in April, beginning of April, the build I played was from 7 weeks prior to the event. It wasn't 7 weeks old. It was 7 weeks prior to the event,
Mhm.
meaning it was a build from February. And I talked to Radek Grabowski. He's like the global PR director at CDPR. Very nice guy. He confirmed that for me as well. And that's where he confirmed that everything was going to be on the cartridge and all of that good stuff. But again, CDPR was really nice. You could tell they put just so much care into the game and really cared about the feedback. You know, there weren't developers or reps for other games that I saw. It was really just CDPR. So I really appreciated that. And I think it just kind of goes to show how much care they put into it between that and the physical packaging and doing things right. So much appreciation there. And as Joycie said, I think everybody should try and support them if you're interested. Of course, I'm playing Cyberpunk.
Even if you're not.
Support them, yeah. It's great. It's great for us. We're physical collectors, right? We're the old heads that still like to buy the physical games.
For real. Yeah.
Let's see. So I'm going through my list here, and what else? Switch to Welcome Tour. Okay.
Okay, I was gonna ask about that too. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Try
So
it
we
out.
all know that there's
That's why I forgot. That.
there's so much hate with this game.
Yes,
Now,
it is.
Here's my thing. This is my honest opinion, and I'm going to say this in my review as well, is that, look, I think Nintendo dropped the ball when it comes to marketing this game.
Mm.
They should have never have called it the Switch 2 Welcome Tour
Correct.
and charge money. You can't call it that and charge money for it. You should have called it something else if you didn't want to. You know, if you wanted to charge money for it, you got to call it something else. You can't call it that, right? I think we can probably all agree on that. But, you know, they did it. I think they made a rookie mistake in marketing, whomever signed off on that. And so now they got to pay the price. I have to pay the price too.
Yeah.
Because I enjoyed it.
Hard.
Yeah, because I enjoyed the game. And,
Yep.
you know, I'm going to talk about it just from strictly a gameplay, right, perspective. That's what you do in reviews. And it's not so much about, yeah, it's $10. And look, I get it. It should have been free.
Yeah.
But let's move forward, right? Because
There you go. Yep.
you know, we being a dead horse there. Everyone gets it. Let's just talk about the game. Was it fun? Because that's why we play video games, right? And I got to say, it was fun. I enjoyed the mini games. They were quite addicting. In fact, I spent too much time probably playing the mini games because like I didn't explore other things that
That's good
I
to hear, though.
yeah,
Yep.
it really is. Like they seem like if you see my videos or if you've seen footage, the games look very simple. Like almost like they would be games that came with your Windows PC in like 1995. Right? But the thing is that they did it right. They're like fun, addictive games, and they have, I don't know, some sort of a Nintendo kind of touch or Nintendo charm to it. As far as like the actual game, though, I confirm with the Nintendo rep that he was aware of at least 80 to 100 medals that you can collect in the game. And of course, you know, you can collect medals in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom as well. So I've been wondering what was going on, if Nintendo was ever going to dip their toes into the trophies and achievements, right?
Mhm.
And I still don't know, right? We still don't know. However, this is three games now that are Nintendo published that are
Right.
going to have medals.
Mm.
So it's interesting. And yeah, so we'll see what happens there. I think there's going to be some more games probably that have medals, and maybe we'll find out more once the console launches. Like maybe Mario Kart would have medals, because if those do, why wouldn't Mario Kart?
Mm.
Right.
But at any rate, it's a very interesting game because like you're literally exploring the console, the Joy-Cons, the screen. You're learning about everything, but it's fun learning because it's video games, right? And it's classic Nintendo. It's quirky. There's a lot of Easter eggs, a lot of classic Nintendo references. And overall, I had a really good time with it, and I could see myself literally just probably trying to get a gold medal on everything and exploring every like nook and cranny of the Switch 2 experience. So for me, it's like, yeah, $10, sure. Again, should it be free? Based on how you titled it, yes. But you guys messed up there. It's okay. I won't hold it against you for the rest of my life. I'm still going to buy it for $10. Most people spend more than $10, picking up takeout food every day. So, it's like, let's just kind of look at how we're spending money, right? It's $10, and you're going to get quite a few hours, right, of entertainment out of that. I would expect at least 10, if not more. We're going to have to see the whole thing, of course.
Right.
So yeah, positive there. Hogwarts Legacy. That was one that we played. Now, I recorded the footage for this. My lady, Michaela, played it. I own it on PS5. I bought it for Michaela on Switch. And so, of course, I've seen both versions. And I don't know if you guys have seen Hogwarts Legacy on Switch 1.
Well, a video at least.
Yeah. To me, it's a technical marvel that they even got it to run on Switch 1. I am really impressed that they were able to get it to run. Of course, there's a lot of drawbacks to it as well. The worlds didn't really feel connected. It wasn't like true open world because, of course, they can't load all of that in there.
Right.
And with the Switch 2, it's, of course, more like the PlayStation 5 build. It is fully open world. And I didn't have any intentions. There's a couple of games like going into the Switch 2 experience that I was excited to see how it looked on Switch 2 to help report it to others who have never played the games, right?
Yeah.
And during that experience, I ended up walking away saying, okay, it's not that anymore. I'm actually going to buy Cyberpunk. I'm actually going to buy Hogwarts Legacy because, wow, it's that good. I didn't expect it to be this good. And so again, Hogwarts Legacy, that's a game that I already have pre-ordered. I have the upgrade already, the $10 upgrade pre-ordered. Because it was that good. I'm like, this is going to be really fun to play in handheld form, right?
All right.
And again, same goes for Cyberpunk. Metroid Prime 4. So, been playing Metroid since the NES. Grew up with it. I'm an 80s kid, so I have a lot of love for the Metroid series. I've watched it all throughout the years. Been there for every single one of them. Super Metroid, Metroid Prime. Was there for for that launch with Metroid Fusion as well back in the day. Just been there for all of it. And I've always thought that Prime 4 was in good hands, that it was going to do well at Retro Studios. Of course, we know there was a ton of turmoil there during the course of development. There was turnover. There was directors that came and went that were on the project. There's just a lot of turmoil. I mean, obviously, it switched hands with developers too. What was it? Was it Bandai? Was Bandai Namco doing it first? If I recall?
Yeah. Singapore specifically. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's been so much change, and still, I I wasn't concerned because, again, this game's been in development for so long. At this point, it's got to... You'd have to imagine if Nintendo's going to actually greenlight it that everything's good to go.
Mm-hmm.
And I am, of course, very happy to report that, yeah, everything is good to go. The graphics looked great. We were playing, of course, docked mode. It was in 1080p, 120 frames. And from what you could hear, because it's hard to hear at the event because it's so loud, but there were certain sections where you hear the classic Metroid theme.
Nice.
When Samus is
Really?
first landing the ship. Yeah. So that was great to hear. Sounds fantastic. I think the big thing, right, with Metroid is the mouse Joy-Con controls.
Yeah.
Right? And I gotta say that we played with just the Joy-Cons and then with the mouse, and you can go back and forth, of course, and test it out. And I did that quite a bit because I wanted to see if there was any lag when you're transitioning from holding it as a Joy-Con to the mouse mode. I did it numerous times to test that out, and there wasn't. It was instant. And I was impressed.
That's
really,
crazy.
Oh
I
boy.
was genuinely
That's crazy,
impressed. I was like, all right, dude. Like, I'm being dead honest. Like, if it was wrong, if there was anything off about it, I'd give that feedback. But there wasn't, thankfully. And even better is that, again, even looking back at like the Wii era, playing games like Super Mario Galaxy, right? Would I have rather have played it maybe with a regular controller back then? Probably. I would have liked to have had that option. It was fine playing with the, the nunchuck and the Wiimote. But for the most part, I prefer like the more refined controls in a sense where I have more control over it. Like, you're not going to catch me playing Mario Kart with a steering wheel. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to have some more control. Yeah, exactly. But with that said, the mouse Joy-Con, I think I'm going to play the full game this way because it was that good.
Same.
Yeah, it was that good. It feels like an evolution of the Wiimote and what they did with Metroid Prime trilogy. It feels like that, except you do have now that precise control that I want. Yeah, and the one thing that's probably not talked about enough, this goes for all the games, but as with anything, Nintendo's going to do it best, right? The first party's always going to do it best. And that's the HD Rumble 2.
Ooh, yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
I was gonna ask y'all about
So
that.
good.
Yes, sir.
So many
Yeah.
questions.
Yeah.
So good. Yeah, and I got to say, like, I'm a big fan of what Sony's done with the DualSense. Absolutely love it.
Same here. Same here.
Like, there's games that I have played that have the controller and the tech and haptics, even the speaker and the controller with certain games. It's made the gameplay so much better and so much more immersive. Like playing games like
Absolutely.
Silent Hill 2 on PS5, amazing. And I'd always hoped that Nintendo would hopefully take some of that tech and employ it on Switch too.
Right.
And I am happy to say, like, I am very happy to say this, because it's not something I was thinking about going into the event, because you have so many other things you're thinking about. You're trying to capture footage, all this stuff. I was just very, very pleasantly surprised at how great the HD Rumble 2 is and how comparable it is to the DualSense, to where I feel like they've really closed the gap. Now, I'd have to play a lot more games, right?
Right.
But I think it's on the same playing field now as a DualSense. Is the DualSense
Nice.
better? I'm going to say, yeah, the DualSense is better right
Yeah.
now because I haven't
that.
played all these, but I can say that it's in the league now, which is good. Really good. And it feels so good. Like playing, another example was like playing Mario Kart, is that when I was grinding on a rail, only the right side of the cart was grinding. So it was just the two right wheels. And you literally just feel the haptics
Oh,
on the right
yes.
side.
Man.
You don't feel it on the left.
Yeah.
I mean-
All right.
Yeah, I was like, this is really cool. It was very, very precise. And all of the games just felt great. But again, Nintendo, right? They always do it best. And powering up, doing the what do you call it? The charge shot
Mhm.
with Samus
Yeah.
felt
Oh, yeah.
great with the haptics. Like it really does. Like you can, it's very precise. It's very clean. It's a clean rumble. It's not like the whole thing's rumbling. It feels like it's very accurate where it's distributing that,
Mhm.
if that
Right,
makes
okay.
sense.
Okay, that's good. Yeah.
Yeah. And I was just like, wow, this is really impressive. Like I remember turning around to Michaela a few times. And I'm just like, this is so sick. Like, oh man, I can't believe how good this is. And just aiming with the mouse too, all of it, I'm like, this is so good. And that's when it hit me, I gotta say, like immediately. And I turned to Michaela and I said, it was, I think during a cutscene, but I'm like, legit, this is why. And I said, I've talked about this on the podcast so many times that I believe, Metroid Prime 2 and 3 are going to, get a HD remaster. And after playing in mouse mode, it just immediately clicked. This is why. This is legit why it's going to get mouse mode. And I believe Metroid Prime Remastered for Switch 1 will get, probably a Switch 2 upgrade. Whether it'll be free or not, who knows?
Yeah.
It'll either be one of the, the free updates that they're doing or the Switch 2 edition. But I can definitely see them adding the mouse controls and, of course, improving the resolution. The frame rate was already great, but if Prime 4 is running at 1080 120, I would presume that they would add 1080p 120 as an option for Prime Remastered. Because why
That'd be
wouldn't
crazy.
you if you can do
Makes
it?
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think I would say to everyone, like, hey, we should all definitely still hold out hope for Prime 2 and 3 to come out as HD on Switch 2 because of the mouse, because it's that good that I think Nintendo knows that they're introducing Metroid Prime to a new generation of gamers, right?
Right.
Because if you look at it, so Prime 2 came out 21 years ago.
Jeez, don't remind me.
2004.
That's true.
Yeah.
2004, yeah. I was in middle school.
Yeah, it's crazy. I was 1 year out of high school. I had graduated in 2003. And then you look at Prime 3 Corruption that came out in 2007, so 18 years ago. And Nintendo can't expect all these, younger gamers to go out and source a GameCube to play 2, or source out a Wii and Metroid Prime Trilogy, which we all know is expensive to get on the secondary market, right?
Yes.
So I know these games are going to come back. They have to, because you can't ask everyone to play Metroid Prime 1 and then jump to 4.
Right.
Nobody asked you
Yeah.
to watch the first movie and then watch the fourth one, right? So we got to get these games out. But I just got to say, well, it totally clicked with me when I played it with the mouse mode. Is that this is why we're totally going to get that.
Okay.
What else? Street Fighter 6. Did not play it. I owned it on PS5. Love the game, but I definitely watched it. I watched it while I was recording Michaela play Hogwarts Legacy. I was watching it, and to the naked eye, I can't discern any difference from PS5, which is great. That is a game that I have pre-ordered. I'm excited to play it. I'm excited for the cross-play, of course, the console cross-play. That's a huge W, in my opinion.
I agree. Yeah.
Hades 2. I love Hades. Love Hades 1. Excellent game. Played Hades 2. And again, and I think this is good to note, is that the wide color gamut HDR, again, I use this term a lot just because it was so impressive, and I haven't really seen anyone else use wide color gamut HDR. But with the way the colors popped on Hades 2, it was very impressive. It is just nice to see from like an indie developer.
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, Supergiant Games is a very respected developer, but they're still an indie. And the fact that it looked that good makes me believe that we're going to see this across the whole spectrum. Kirby, I saw. Didn't play, but again, saw it. Colors popped like you wouldn't believe. I think out of all the games, the colors in Kirby probably popped the most.
Yeah,
That's good, man.
Yeah, like
that game is really, really good on Switch. And
yeah.
So yeah,
it is, and I had no intentions of playing Kirby, and I didn't have any intentions of playing Mario Party. I'll play it when it comes out, but I didn't want to play those games because they're already out, and I can see them from a distance. And I will say that it stopped me in my tracks. Like I was walking, figuring out what to play next, and I turned and I saw Kirby, and I'm just like, I did a double take, like, oh my god, like that looks crazy. It really did. I was very much impressed. I was like, wow, like I'm totally going to upgrade that. So I was very excited about that. I played Drag X Drive.
Okay.
So I played ball my whole life. I still do. Played competitive basketball my whole life. And even shared this in my video. I shredded my Achilles tendon a while back. It was when I was like 25. And so I was in a wheelchair, and of course I have to learn to walk again because the tendon, it didn't just tear it, completely. Foot is detached from, your leg kind of thing. And so I was in a wheelchair for a while, I think for about 6-8 weeks. And, I love basketball, and we have a hoop out front. So, I was legit out there playing horse with like my brother, my cousin in the wheelchair. And I just have a lot of respect for wheelchair basketball because, of course, you need a lot of upper body strength to be able to hoop. And I gotta say, just from being in a wheelchair for that period, right, in my life, and like actually hooping to playing Drag X Drive, it feels the same. And when I say it feels the same, it especially does with not just like the motion of pushing a wheelchair, but the Joy-Cons. The HD Rumble 2 literally feels it feels like you could like almost like spokes in a tire, where you can feel like clicking as you're moving the wheelchair.
Really?
Yeah. Like it's like
I'm so glad to hear that, ThunderStash, because I kept wondering.
Yeah,
I was like, are they
tactile.
going to include like you feel like you're kind of gradually like, okay, that's actually fantastic. My bad.
Yeah, I was taken back, and again, that was one of those moments where I turned around to Michaela. I'm like, oh my god, like when you're doing this, it's like tactile. You can actually feel it. It feels like you're pushing a wheelchair, and you can hear it too, because it's making that noise from the controller.
Yeah,
right.
And I'm just like, oh, this is crazy. And even just the motion of shooting the basketball felt good. Everything felt good. Like we all remember the Wii days, and then of course they had the Wii Motion Plus accessory. Of course, gave you better control. And I gotta say, it's come so far, right? Because the fact that I was able to like hold it up and like hold the controller like playing arcade basketball, I would say is the best way of comparing it. Because when you're playing arcade basketball, you still have a form, but you have to do it a certain way, right? So you can actually make some shots. Versus real basketball, and just doing that actual shooting motion felt just like that. It felt good. I was like, wow. And my biggest takeaway was just like, man, this is really fun. Everyone's having a good time. There's a lot of people just like yelling and screaming while they're playing it too, that we were playing against.
Oh no, he froze again.
Oh god.
He'll be back. I know he will.
Yeah, I believe.
Come back,
I
Stash.
believe.
But I think if they don't
There he is.
price it
Oh
right,
no.
You
Oh
oh
no.
gosh. Because I want him to I want him to repeat
Yeah.
what he said.
He's gonna make it back. I believe in him. I believe in you, Stash. I believe in the Stash.
Ah,
Oh no.
he's back. He's
okay,
back.
I'm back.
Okay, he's
Yeah,
back.
Saved.
Say everything you just said about Drag and Drive again. I'm fully invested
No.
in this.
Yeah.
Not now, but after. I apologize, but Donkey Kong, right?
No, wait. Go back.
Hey.
You missed
He
the whole
wants to move
piece
to
of-
Donkey Kong. Let him move to Donkey Kong.
Yeah. Oh, what else? What else did you want to know about?
No, we missed the part about the end part of Dragon Drive.
After talking
Oh.
about, it felt pretty good shooting the jumper or whichever.
Yeah. It literally feels like you're shooting a basketball. So I think that's what I was saying. I'm just a little concerned for Dragon Drive. I hope Nintendo prices it
Yep.
correctly. I think it needs to be
Yeah,
within probably the $20 to $40 max range in order for
Yep.
enough people to buy it. And I think they need to put a demo out. Because
Yeah.
if you don't,
Ooh.
Yeah.
I don't think people are going to probably buy it. I just don't. So I'm hoping they can figure that out, because this is a game that I think a lot of people would enjoy. I even think it could be a great candidate for an NSO game. Now, of course, we don't know what all kind of modes are going to be in this. A lot of people, because again, I have a video of the game on my channel, and a lot of people in the comments are like very concerned that what we saw is the only mode. But I've had to also let a lot of people know that that's not how like these events work, right? They usually have one mode for you to play, or a very small part of the game, and that's it until it's time to actually start marketing it, start showing it in the upcoming Nintendo Direct kind of thing. So more to see with that. Donkey Kong, right? I got to play this twice, which was really cool. So, the Switch 2 experience was supposed to be 3 hours. And we had to line up for Donkey Kong because that's the last game. And it's in its own section.
Okay.
And
Was it next to Mario Kart for you?
yeah,
Because they literally lined us to go to Donkey Kong next.
they lined us up for that too. And Michaela and I were
okay.
the only ones in line for Donkey Kong. And so we thought that was weird, but we're like, whatever. And so we played it. I played my however many minutes it was, I think 20 minutes. And then they're like, okay, it's over now and you got to leave kind of thing. Right. And Michaela, which I thought was great that she did this, because usually I'm the bullshitter. You guys mentioned earlier about looking behind the curtains and stuff. That's totally something I do all the time. If there's something to be seen, I'm going to see it. Right. And she is not like that. I don't know what got over her, but she totally just started bullshitting. She's like, hey, let's go talk to this Nintendo rep because I didn't think that it was over. I thought we had more time to play. And I'm thinking you did? It's I didn't. I understood the objective here, right? But I'm just yeah, totally. Let's go talk to them. Let me hear what you're about to say. And thinking I'll just play off whatever you say because, I used to be a master probably bullshitter when it comes to this stuff. So I'm I'm fine. I'll feed off of whatever you say. And yeah, I know. I was this is awesome. I was this is great. Thank you. And so we ended up talking to this guy, and it was very nice. Michaela explained hey, we didn't know that we couldn't go back out here because we still have more games to play. Our cards aren't even filled up. And the guy was really cool. And he was I love your mustache. I love your Mario mustache, man. That's amazing. And I want to help you out because of that. I'm okay.
Nice.
Yeah, it was funny. So he said, let me radio somebody. Long story short, he said, you guys can go back in and you guys can play
Nice.
more. Yeah. So we ended up staying for about a solid 5 hours, which is great because, it's like I flew out for just this and
Mhm.
that was just bonus time in my opinion. Right. And so again, those were all the games that I got to play, but I got to play DK when we were leaving like the first time. And then the second time when we left, I got to play DK again. And that's why I got to play it twice. So I got to play for about, I think, 40 minutes of Donkey Kong. So again, I've played all the DK games. I absolutely love them. DK Country, of course, all the original Donkey Kong. I have Donkey Kong Jr. Math on my shelf for Nintendo.
Wow.
Yeah, I love DK.
Of course he does.
DK 64. I enjoyed that game. I loved all the rare platformers, all the rare games, and the first thing I kind of noticed playing the game is it does feel like it's probably the Mario Odyssey team working on it, or at least part of it, right? Like I think there's definitely some people who worked on the Odyssey team that are doing Donkey Kong, because there's definitely times that it feels like that, but it's wholly its own game. It's very big. It's vast.
Yeah.
What I thought was extremely interesting is that, like for me playing it, when I played it my first 20 minutes, I was just exploring, just trying things out, learning the controls, but I was really just exploring everything. And you can like pound down into the ground, and by doing that, you're like digging into the ground, and you can just keep going and going.
Yeah.
And I'm even thinking, like, when's this gonna stop? You know what I mean? Like, is it busted? Like, is this a bug or what? And that's the coolest part. That was the first thing that was like kind of an aha moment. I'm like, oh wow. So wait a minute. So I kept going down and down, and then finally it opens up into an area, and there's like a golden banana down there hidden, and I'm like, oh, interesting. Like, what are the odds that anybody else is going to do this? Because I mean, I literally did it for a long time. I mean, you guys have played Mario 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
When you go in the desert level and you go into the where the snakes are,
Yeah.
and you go down and you start digging into the ground where you got to grab the key.
Yep.
It was like that, where you're digging, but you just keep digging and digging, and you're literally going down probably screens and screens. So I'm talking, I did this for like, I don't know, 40, 50 digs into the ground like that.
Crazy.
And then that's where I find it. I'm just like, who would think to do this? Like, I was just doing this just to explore and kind of test things out and honestly see if the game's broken as well. And that was not the case. So then I was like, okay, well, like what else can you do? This is really interesting, because this is like a different type of sandbox. It almost felt like 4D in a sense.
Right.
And then it did even more, because you get into the map, you can open up the map, and the map's actually really cool because you can zoom into different areas and turn it. And it's actually pretty intuitive, because you can see little areas where there's like a crevice or a crack that you can probably go into. It's big enough on the map that you can identify it basically. And then you can like turn out, and basically it's like if you're within the earth, you can almost turn the map to where now you're outside of the earth. Right. So you're at the crust, and you can go literally. I was climbing on the crust of the stage, and then punching into the earth, like the inner earth. And again, I was doing the same thing I was doing when I was digging down. I was like, okay, well, if I can dig down, I should be able to dig in from the outside too. I'm like, let me test
Right.
this out. Sure enough, you could. Sure enough, I found another like hidden golden banana. I'm just like, whoa,
That's
Oh,
this is
man.
crazy.
This is great.
Wow.
This is great.
100% is
Yeah.
gonna be wild.
Right.
Honestly, like SteamWorld Dig 2,
Yeah.
Yeah,
but Mario, and I'm sorry, DK, and that's fantastic.
exactly. And so that's when I was just like, dude, this game's gonna be special because this is massive. Because even this world right here that I'm playing in, I feel like I could play just so many hours exploring
Right.
this. Because if by chance, I found a golden banana here and then a golden banana on the crust, what else is there to find? How many of these are there? How many collectibles are there?
Right.
And there are a lot of collectibles in the game. And so it was very interesting. The combat was cool. There was an area where there's like different types of rock,
Mhm.
and there was like a different type of wall where it looks like almost like I don't know, like a very strong rock, you could say, that's very hard to break. And so then you have to get a certain type of bomb to be able to break into that wall, and then that opens up a new area. And there was a lot of objectives as well, where like you got to fill up the water over here, so then the water rises, and then this will bring you into a new area. Like there's a lot of stuff going on. There was areas that I found twice when I was playing it. I found areas that like you're not supposed to be able to find, and it's in my video too, but it shows like where I found these areas and then text would pop up on screen, just like when you enter like a new village or something in a game, Kokiri Village will pop up or something.
Mhm.
It would say like something like minus, I think 200 meters, basically, I think into the earth or something. And I'm like, what is going on? Where am I? Then even like the rep came over both times and was like, yeah, this is not an area that I've seen. And
That's crazy.
yeah, and then it spit me back out as if I was starting the level again. I was like, okay, so like obviously we're not allowed to access this. It's coded to where if you find it, they're going to put you back out.
Right.
But again, that just speaks, I think, to the vastness of DK, and then the bonus levels. So there's bonus areas, and the best way I could compare it is, you guys remember the bonus levels in Super Mario Sunshine
Yeah.
that played
Yeah.
like traditional Mario platformer?
Yeah,
Yep.
the block.
It's like that.
Mm.
It's like
Okay.
that. Which
All right.
is cool because I
Even
love
better.
those. Yeah. Those are like my favorite in Mario Sunshine. And even back during the GameCube days, I'm like, man, I wish we had like a Mario game that was just this, because this is so
Right.
good. Very reminiscent though of those bonus stages, except it's DK. So like you're climbing on the basically the fence, I guess you could say, similar to Super Mario World when you go to the castle levels.
Mhm.
Mhm.
And you're climbing on the wall and you can punch it and go on
Yep.
the other side. It was
Yeah.
like that, but you're climbing from the top, and there's a lot of platforming. There's moving platforms where you have to move while that platform's moving. Again, a lot of moving parts that you'd expect from a Nintendo platformer. There's a lot of things going on, and you have to look at kind of everything before you make your moves. And at the end, there's a collectible to get. And I forget if it was a golden banana or if it was something else, but I know I was talking to the Nintendo rep, and there's a lot of collectibles in the game. It's not just the golden bananas. I think they're still kind of going with that rare collectathon
Mhm.
idea, which is
That's-
cool.
That's good in my opinion.
It is. Yeah, I like it, and I think they'll do it right. I had two microphones with me. I have the Rode like Go microphones, to where I had one on my jacket, and then I took the other one, and because it's so loud in there, you can't really hear. But one thing that I've always really loved is the music, right, in Donkey Kong,
Right.
especially DK Country, and I was
Oh,
like, I gotta,
yeah.
I was like, I gotta hear this because I talked to the day before I met up with Roger's base over at the
Nice.
Nintendo store.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, and he said he didn't really get to hear it. And I was telling him, I'm like, I think I'm gonna put my microphone like literally right up to the speaker bar, so I can try and actually get the audio. And the
Right.
Nintendo rep didn't mind, right? And from what I've gathered, and I don't know if this is true or false, because again, it was just through talking with Roger, but he was saying that Koji Kondo is doing the music for DK.
Yeah.
Which would be huge,
Man.
right?
That makes sense. That's kind of what I expected. That's yeah.
Yeah, because it's like if we're not gonna have like David Wise, right?
Yeah.
Koji Kondo's the man, and so yeah, I put the microphone up to it, and I was able to hear it good. Like when I watched the video here at home,
Mhm.
I don't know how well it came through on the videos, but the soundtrack was awesome. The music's very good. That's something I'll be looking forward to, of course, when we play the game. I knew after playing it immediately that I was going to pre-order it as soon as it went up. So, of course, I have the game pre-ordered already.
Nice.
Right.
It's that good. I have very, very high hopes for it.
Yeah.
After just that short time I had with it, knowing how vast it is and how many things there are to do, and there's so many, there's objectives or missions. It in all the best ways I think possible. It borrows from the things that made the 3D Marios successful, right? Like with Mario 64, you have the different stars, certain things you have to do to collect those stars. It feels like you're borrowing from that, and then you're borrowing from Galaxy and Odyssey with those objectives. And then, of course, it still feels a little bit like Rare's involved, even though we know they're not.
Right.
Which is great, though, because we're getting the best of everything, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So I was very happy with it. I think it's probably everything. I saw Yakuza from a distance. I have that pre-ordered as well. It looked fantastic. I'm happy with the $50 price tag and the amount of content you're getting with Yakuza. And I think we're going to get, of course, all of them, released on Switch 2, of course. So
it's only right.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's it. And then, of course, any questions you guys have, anything about the controllers, of course, I played GameCube NSO, played Zelda, played F-Zero. I did talk to the rep, and I got it put into CRT mode and in widescreen mode.
Mm-hmm.
So I got to test that out as well. And
Yeah.
Whatever questions you guys have.
Did you play
Yes.
Wind Waker?
Yeah.
Stash? Did you change the settings for that?
Yeah, I changed the controller settings to be accurate, because it's not. And Wind Waker doesn't have widescreen. And the reason why, of course, is that like all the games on GameCube NSO that have the widescreen option in the menu are the games that you could run in widescreen originally on GameCube.
Yep.
So yeah, unfortunately, Wind Waker's not wide. I don't think it's going to get widescreen support. Hopefully they leave that to Wind Waker HD when that eventually, hopefully one day, comes out.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say that the colors looked great. The up-res looks nice. All the font, the UI is crystal clear. And that is one thing that I confirmed, is that they cleaned up all of the menus, all the fonts. So those all look like they're HD. Like if you guys are familiar with, say, installing an HD texture pack on Dolphin,
Mm-hmm.
where it cleans up all the text to HD.
Mm-hmm.
That's essentially what they did with Wind Waker on the GameCube NSO, which was nice to see. I wasn't expecting that.
That's good. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Question real quick for everybody. So, I know, and Stash has talked about it. You guys talked about, we've all talked about it. Getting getting these ports or getting these games added to NSO. Wind Waker and Twilight Princess. We've been talking about it for years. When I saw Wind Waker on NSO, I was at first I thought, okay, then we must be getting a Twilight Princess remake or something like that. Then I thought, no, wait a minute. Nintendo, I don't know if they do it like that anymore. Because a game can show up on NSO and still get a remake. And Zelda's a perfect candidate for that because they love reselling Zelda every.
They confirmed that.
Am I lying?
It too. You guys saw that interview, right?
Wait. Confirm what?
Oh,
they were asked. They were
Remind me.
asked about Wind Waker and about Wind Waker being on the GameCube NSO, and asked, "Does that mean that there's no chance we're gonna get Wind Waker HD?" And I think it was a interview with Doug Bowser. Not for sure. Don't quote me on it, but I think it was Doug, and he said no, that's not the case, and that that doesn't mean it. We're not going to release it, in HD. Like we can still release games in HD that come out and gave you he basically shot down the whole idea that that's a thing, which was good.
Yeah.
And dear Nintendo, because I know you watch all of this, okay? I know you watch. You probably watch us too here at Sandstorm. I know you watch Sash. I know you watch. I know who you watch, Nintendo. So don't just give us an HD port for Switch 2, okay? And then make us pay for it. Wow me. If you're gonna remake it, do it right.
Yeah.
Put in extra, give us extra lore. And I mean, and I get why Nintendo does it, and the businesswoman in me respects it. But the consumer
I need more.
Same.
I mean, if you're going to remake, especially these games are classic, guys, and we're trying to bring in a new audience. So if you're gonna do it right. Do something a little bit different. Don't change the soul of the game. But you can add to it because y'all know what's already. I can't stop myself talking about Zelda. Y'all already know what's on the rumor mill for Ocarina of Time.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to that.
And this is something I can safely say. If you are a gamer, you've probably already played Ocarina of Time. I know there's going to be some person in the chat that says, "No, I didn't. I never played that game. What is it?" You're lying. Okay,
you're lying,
and that's okay. You're lying. You did. Okay, let me. And then they did the HD pretty version on the 3DS, which was great. You're gonna sell me this game again, and my slow self gonna buy it. But the point is, you gonna sell me this game again with the same dungeons and the same check yes or check no. Did you understand? Oops, I repeat it again. Are you gonna do that again? Why? So. And Stash has heard me rant about this. This is why Stash is like my other cousin, because he totally gets me. Do not give me the exact same game. First of all, where the heck is Navi? Because we never found her. So you need to tell us what happens to fairies when they go. That's some good lore. I mean, there's technically a reason out there, but it's not necessarily canon. We already know that Sheik is Zelda. This is not a spoiler. We know. Okay. So what was Sheik doing all this time? I know she wasn't just following Link around. Give us a real light temple, okay? Yeah. Give me more lore, more dialogue. Show that timeline split. Show it. Come on, Nintendo. You got it in you. If you don't, call me. Okay, I'm done.
I have questions about the Hero of Time because this man had not one, but two fairies, and both of them deserted him at the end of the game.
No, Navi was different because I think Navi just completed her task.
Yeah, she was done.
And it was like, it's just time to go.
Which is why we was friends.
Kind of like your pet goldfish that died like 3 days later and got it from Six Flags.
We had a whole experience.
It was kind of like
a whole experience between us.
Exactly. And also the Navi didn't have, the OG Deku tree to really tell her what to do. Link can't go back to the Kokiri Forest. And then when he gets to Majora's Mask, let me tell you something about Tattle and Tail. Let me explain something about them. Them two little ungrateful haters. I couldn't stand either one of them. This dude randomly came from a whole other world or country or whatever the heck is Hyrule versus Termina. And at the end, they're like, well, you better get going. We're going to go party.
Right.
Thanks for saving. They didn't even say thank
Yeah.
you for saving us. Change
really
the ending to
didn't.
Majora's Mask. And can you imagine saving? That's almost one of that. You know what that's like? That's like here, like you go home to your to your significant other, your spouse. Hi, honey, I bought this for you. Ain't nobody else gonna do that.
Ungrateful.
But I'm gonna take it anyway, though. I'm gonna take it.
Right.
But no, but that's not the answer. The answer is thank you. I appreciate this. I appreciate you. And then you can move on. But if you seriously, I would like to know this from a male's point of view. How would you feel if you brought your significant other home something and she just says, I ain't asked you to do that?
I'm petty.
Yeah.
Okay then. Okay then. Like I said.
That's the last gift you gonna see.
Exactly. And I had to get acquitted, but when the last guy who told me that. I'm kidding. If y'all caught that.
Yeah.
All right. So questions that we have for both Joycie and ThunderStash. Yeah, because there's a lot to unpack.
Did you want to go in like a order? Because I mean, I think I added more questions after they got done.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was like,
Y'all
go for it
for sure. I'll think of more.
I felt like
Yeah.
I was an intern at the. I'm like,
Yeah, so you write down the level. You're just like, okay, so
Direct any fan questions at me, but Stash is all about the technical journalism.
Okay,
side,
so we're gonna do the panel first, and then we're gonna hit the chat. So chat, get ready. We'll just start off in this order. So I'm gonna actually, Jack, I'm gonna let you go first, and I'm gonna go last in the order.
Okay. So first and foremost, thank you both. I know y'all got an opportunity to have an amazing experience. We just don't get any love here in the South. And I wasn't gonna travel, so it's like I'll wait. I'll just be patient. They just don't love Florida. They don't love anything down here in the South, so it's all good. And then ThunderStash
should have come over to Texas.
Come to Atlanta, man. Come to Atlanta.
But they didn't have it in Atlanta. That was like that's the thing. So,
True. True.
You know,
they need to. I mean, we Black Hollywood. I mean, we're Hollywood.
Yeah,
now,
exactly.
actually.
Yeah.
But throughout this entire event, you know, I've been introduced to ThunderStash. So I mean, I love your channel, man. You know, I subscribe to you, and then you've really been helping get through these weeks of looking at all your content.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
For sure. But my first question really comes down to, I know after watching videos on top of videos, you can't really, I guess, see how things feel, and people can only explain as best they can. And I know you both have spoken about utilizing the controllers or however they let you play it. Do either of you get an opportunity to utilize the Joy-Cons in like the sideways mode to actually utilize the SL and SR buttons?
Nope.
Stash.
Oh wow, they didn't give an opportunity at all.
Well, you mean holding it this way, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So when we played Metroid Prime, I had played it with both of the Joy-Cons holding it vertical, and then, of course, right one down for mouse mode, left one to control it like it was a nunchuck, basically. But no, we didn't use it in that way. I don't know that there was a game for that. Mario Party could have been one that used it that way.
Right.
But I didn't play that.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, because the reasoning for that question, me and the kids, speaking of Mario Party, we were playing Jamboree today, and how small the SL and SR button is. I mean R, excuse me, and how difficult those mini games can be, especially if you don't have the attachment on there to make it bigger. Which we've lost those a long time ago. It's like we don't have the wrist straps at all. Now you're like finding a way to press those buttons. And then with the controller being smaller, you know, some of the games you have to do movement, so it makes it a little bit more difficult. But I was interested in getting feedback on that because the controllers are one bigger, and so are the buttons. So I was interested to, you know, hear your take on that. But if you didn't play anything, that's all good.
Yeah, I will say that as far as the Joy-Cons go, just to give some detail.
No.
He's
Restream
not his
is
friend
hating
today.
today.
He always does it on a cliffhanger too.
Yeah.
Than the Switch One Joy-Cons. Like, fan, I feel like, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like they dig into your hands, like right here.
Yeah.
And
Mm-hmm.
They
yeah,
do.
between like being on a mouse and keyboard and playing basketball and then doing this and having it dig into your hands, it's just like, it's just all day, right? And
Right.
I ended up getting a Nitro deck, which felt a lot better, but obviously the rumble in the Nitro deck feels like PS2 or 3 era kind of rumble. It's not very good. And so there was drawbacks there, and it was always unfortunate. After playing with the new Joy-Cons,
Mm-hmm.
I don't see that issue anymore. It was
Nice.
extremely comfortable, and they feel substantial.
Mhm.
The buttons do, the grip does. I even contemplated it if I need to get a grip. I didn't have one on Switch One,
Mm-hmm.
but I did pre-order the D brand Kill Switch,
Right.
and it was partly to review it as well. But again, I'm just like, I don't know if I need anything because it's actually really comfortable.
And that was
So-
actually one of my other questions to
Yeah.
both of you is like, did you even feel like you may need to purchase a grip? Because I'm holding off for that one reason.
Mhm.
Because I
Same here.
have maybe like 2 or 3 companies that I'm juggling back and forth with, whether it be D brand or Satisfy or even Genki, even though
Genki.
with their
Go and
nonsense.
go for me.
Those are
But-
the big three right now.
Right. So, because I mean, I like to hold off, and even with my original Switch, I got the Skull and Co, and I know they changed their name, so they're doing a grip as well. But then also I end up buying the Hori Split Pad Pros, which made it even better. So it would be amazing to not have to purchase yet another accessory, because when you look at all my handhelds, my new 3DS, my Retro Pocket 5, they all have grips because they need them. And this
Yeah.
would be amazing if I didn't need to purchase yet another grip for this.
Yeah.
I have a concern. Oh,
I
go
was
ahead,
going to
Seth.
say I have a Metroid Pocket 5 as well.
Mhm.
And I got a grip for it.
Yeah.
So I felt like I needed one for that.
Yeah.
But for Switch 2, I don't, if that gives you like an idea. I think it's probably good. Obviously, you want to have grips as soon as possible,
Mm-hmm.
but it probably is a good idea to at least test out the Joy-Cons because they are significantly better. You may not
Yeah.
need one.
And see, and that's why I hope 100%. If anything, I'll get something to protect it,
Yep.
in case of drops. But for grip purposes, if it's fine as is, that's amazing to hear.
Yeah.
So my only concern, because when I was playing Metroid, I guess that was the only option were the
Right.
Joy-Cons. They feel good. They do feel good. They're a little bit softer, but here's my concern. So I think it depends on the way you like
Okay.
to play, because if you're playing Animal Crossing, you're fine sitting there
Yeah.
as long as
Mhm.
you want with the Joy-Cons. If you're playing
Yeah.
Bayonetta, I don't know if I don't
Yeah.
know, because we're gonna get more
Yeah.
games
Yeah.
like that. So I'm concerned about the sweating. I'm sorry, I'm just
That's
gonna
real.
say it.
No, that's real.
Yeah, that's
I'm
real.
gonna be
I'll be
trying all the
sweaty.
So they're
be trying all the
coming.
Bayonettas on Switch too. Yeah. Or
Mhm.
running
Oh,
through
yeah,
them, just
totally.
seeing how they go.
Thank God I got
Yeah.
those on. I know they're gonna look even
Especially
better,
3.
but the thing about it is, I don't think 3 looks better.
No, I mean, like, I think it looks good too. It has a really aggressive, dynamic resolution when it gets really hectic. But it didn't take me out of the game. It wasn't like,
Right.
0 out of 10 trash game. But I want to see what passive buffs we can get from the Switch 2 with that running it. So,
So I would just kind of just say that. So, but I do agree with Stash. Maybe get your Switch 2
Yeah.
first and kind of see how you like the Joy-Cons, and then decide if you can go a week
Yeah.
and wait for a grip.
Yeah.
to
Okay.
come
I've
in.
been
Fine.
patient thus far because I mean, right now, I'm still waiting on my SD card because I don't know. I guess Lexar was telling people they were in stock, so even when you did purchase, there was a wait. So when my shipment date got here, it was like, do you still want it or not? Because it's not ready. And now I finally got an email yesterday saying that it'll be here between the 8th and the 11th, which is fine. You know, I'm
That's
not going to fill
weird.
up 256 gigs that fast. So I think I think I'll be fine.
They just had a restock of the 512 ones on Amazon today.
Did they?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that's
Wario
right now.
64
But that's-
posted it.
Yeah, I saw
That's the one
Wario
I got.
post it.
So
But
that's
that's
the one.
the same thing they did for me
That's
too,
weird.
because
Okay.
I did the purchase. They were like, "Oh, May 13th, it'll be there." And then May 13th came around, and they were like, "Hey, we need you to go check your order to get confirm whether you want to keep this order or get rid of it, and we'll give you your money back." So I just did the waiting game, and it'll be here on the 8th or the 13th. So
Okay, that was probably the best move, honestly.
yeah,
Just
really, because
hold it.
GameStop they have been pressuring me every time I go in there to do a trade in or anything. Like, you sure you don't want to buy ours? I was like, I don't know what it is. It just says GameStop. This can be from God knows who. Like, I don't know
Yeah,
who
Walmart
you got
has
this from.
Yeah, Walmart had the 512s for like $68 or something,
Yeah,
and I was just like, who makes this? Because
Is
it
it
has
even
the
the Ion
on
brand
that
of their
ONN
TV?
Yeah, it's
Like-
that ONN brand. I'm like, I don't know
Oh,
anyone
okay.
that
What
has
is your
anything
name?
like
Who
that.
knows
So
you?
I don't know. So that gives me pause. But
Yeah.
I've heard they might be rebranded P and the Y ones, but time will
Then
tell.
I'm definitely not touching it. But it's
Time will literally tell. But yeah.
Okay. All right, Geronimo, you're up, man.
Okay, so I have some more questions about like mouse controls and like some other games. I guess specifically for you, ThunderStash. You said you played Hogwarts Legacy when you were there. I remember Dave talked about that having some form of mouse controls. Did you get to try, those on there at all, or if they even promote them there?
So mouse mode wasn't added yet to the game for that, or for Cyberpunk. That's another one with mouse mode.
Gotcha. Okay.
That was not added yet. But as far as Hogwarts Legacy, I know that the mouse mode is going to be used for aiming and spell casting, and I think a couple of other things. I mentioned it in my launch video that I put up a couple of days ago.
Okay,
I did some research on it. Yeah, I found out. It's a long video, but I did find out about that for Hogwarts Legacy and confirmed it. So,
okay, cool.
Yeah, should be good. I'm definitely going to be using mouse mode on. I'm probably going to play mouse mode on like every game.
Everything.
That's my aim.
It was that good.
Mouse, I think it's gonna be. I don't think it's gonna be one of those. Oh, we're gonna just forget it after the first 6 to 9 months of the the launch period or whatever. I think we're gonna see a lot of different games with that. Both
because you don't have to convince people of mouse mode. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
just
mouse has
know
been around
exactly
for a while, and like I said on like our previous episodes, the key thing for me, well, two key things for me is how quick you can swap from controller to mouse. And then also two, you're getting rid of WASD. If you're not a keyboard and mouse person, that left Joy-Con saves your behind, and you can just work with it. It'd be good.
Okay, I have one other question, and it's actually for both you and Joycie J as well, about the Pro controller. So I'm doing the crazy thing of not getting on at launch, not because I'm like, oh man, who needs a Pro controller for Switch 2? But, and I talked about this on previous Stormcast, I know Nintendo's going to put out a special edition, so I'm holding out for when they do that. I know that because I still think about that Xenoblade Chronicles 2 Switch Pro controller. I was like, dang, I should have waited. Yeah, but I mean, I did get the Smash one later on, but still.
Periodically, still check Amazon because it does pop up every once in a while. The Xenoblade.
Oh, it does?
It might be used, but yeah, but every once in a while, like it'll randomly. You know how Amazon likes to try to get you to buy stuff. It'll come up as like real. It's very very sporadic. So I would say just keep your eye on Amazon. The Joy-Cons, the Pro controller, the new Pro controller. Yeah, that's that girl. I love the way it feels. It feels better. It's not as hard. I mean,
I have mine over. It's over here.
You know how this just kind of after a while just kind of feels like hard.
Yeah, it's like that texture.
Like it hurt.
Yeah, like hard plastic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Especially all Splatoon sessions.
But the Pro controller feels like a softer.
It does.
but it's still hard
Okay.
plastic.
Okay. The triggers. I don't know if this was ever confirmed anywhere. I haven't really been paying much attention for it, but how do the triggers feel for like the ZLZR? Do they have like a? I'm expecting Nintendo to go digital again, but do they have like some form of a travel for them as opposed to just click in, like on and off type motion for it? If you remember,
I think they had a little bit of travel.
a little bit of travel. Okay. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, they felt significantly better.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
It was the buttons that are here that were.
Oh, the
underneath
Though,
button.
I actually like those grip buttons. Those are clutch depending on
Yeah.
certain games. Specific use cases. They're not required, but depending on how you get into them, they can be really
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Map run
Okay.
to that button
Yes.
Yeah.
instead of pushing the control stick in.
Yep.
Yeah. Or like any of the From Software
Ah.
games where like you're find something and you, instead of having to take your button off or take your thumb off a button or control stick to heal or something like that, you can just
Yeah.
at least that's how I played Sekiro on PS4. I had the back button attachment that they released like the last year for some reason.
Gotcha.
And yeah, that just made a big difference as far as like being able to stay in the action and just heal without having to take a thumb off or anything. So, okay, cool.
You know,
Keep my eye out for Switch to Pro Controller.
for the Pro Controller, I'll just say I think my like immediate takeaway, and you'll even see this in my Mario Kart video right when the knockout tour, when I'm like walking up, and that was the first time I got to hold the Pro Controller, is when that part of the video starts, and I grabbed it, and you could see me like look down at it, and like kind of at my hands, and I like turn around to the camera, like for a second to Michaela, and just kind of motion her. I'm like, oh my god, like this controller is so much better. It's the
man.
material though. Again,
It's
it
the
doesn't
material.
feel like this hard plastic. It almost feels like it molds a little bit to your hands. Like it just kind of like
Interesting.
melted in there, and I'm like, this is interesting because
That's crazy.
this isn't really something I'm familiar with, and I have all the consoles. I have plenty of controllers, and it didn't really feel like any other controller. And again, the HD Rumble 2 feels excellent, and
Okay.
I'm a huge fan of the Switch Pro Controller. I've had it since day one. I love it.
Yeah.
But after playing with the Switch 2 Pro Controller, I don't see any reason why I would use it anymore. I'll still keep it as an extra controller because it's excellent. It's the clear number 2 for Nintendo. But yeah, the new controller is very good.
Okay. Cool.
Nice.
Real quick, all of my controllers have drift.
Really?
My Pro Controller does too, unfortunately.
all of them.
Yeah.
What y'all be doing?
Every single one of them.
Splatoon.
I blame
man.
Bayonetta.
Actually,
Okay.
Bayonetta 3 did
Okay.
it for mine. Yeah,
Bayonetta
Bayonetta 3. I
yeah.
felt it. I was like, oh no. And I had to go look out and get the 8-bit Ultimate
Yeah.
controller.
It's the same thing I heard. Like Brian was saying that he was like, "Man, drift." I'm like, "What are y'all doing with these controllers?"
I'm not even like a messy person either. It's just it happened. I don't know.
All this grind and
I
everything.
mean,
I don't
granted,
have
it
it.
took like 4 years,
No,
but
In fact, I think I know which. I think it's when I started taking on Rodon is when this one started drifting.
yeah.
Because I can't beat him.
Yeah.
But it was my original Pro Controller, my Smash one. This is my Zelda one. I have a Splatoon one. All got drift. So when I get when I get my new Pro Controller, you know what I'm gonna do with these? I'm gonna put them in a box, send them to Nintendo. And
Yeah, y'all still offer the free fixes, right?
And then when I get them all back, they'll all work. And then I have plenty of controllers for
Perfect.
Switch.
That's a good play. I like
That is a good play. I
I do
have
that
some I
too.
need to send too, like out of a drawer.
If you're anything like me, Joycie, we have a family game day the day after Thanksgiving. You get Mad Cats. Now let me open up this box here. You get one. You get one. You get one.
Let's just say nobody's touching my brand new Pro controllers, and then I'm funny about my Zelda one, but the other ones,
Yep.
Okay.
All right, Vito. What questions do you have, man?
Well, I really don't have too many. I mean, the questions I will have would have been in both of y'all's descriptions on y'all experience and stuff like that. I think the biggest question I'll be having will be I guess the connection when it comes down to like the chat thing and then like hooking up with people online and stuff like that. Like how is that going to be looking and stuff like that? So that would be like my biggest question. I'm sure that wasn't something they showed off there at that time.
Was that at the Mario Party one?
Well, Mario Party was the chat and camera, all that stuff. We both didn't do it. I didn't play it because, of course, it's on Switch. But at the same time, I think it was a longer time commitment. It appeared, and obviously with limited time, I'm like, okay, I got to try like the new stuff first. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see it because I would have liked to have been able to speak on the game chat functionality and the camera and all that stuff. So, I won't be able to until next week once I get it. But I have all that stuff pre-ordered, but I didn't get to try that. I will say that playing knockout mode, that was online.
Okay.
Of course, they had us go into our own like group on Mario Kart, so they were able to create a group for Knockout Tour, and it felt perfect. Like there is no difference at all from if you're playing offline, which is it's huge for a game like that. So it gives me a lot of hope that online will be more dialed in on Switch too.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's actually Nintendo or what, because a Splatoon, especially since the announcement of Switch 2, Switch 3, or Splatoon 3 has really fallen off. So I'm wondering if it's a server issue because, guys, I would do X-rank battles. I mean, literally, queue up a match. Okay, I'm gonna go get a snack. I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go wash my face and brush my teeth and put on my jammies, and then I come back and maybe I might have that never happened before.
I think, especially for X rank, because I haven't played Splatoon 3. Man, I just kind of Oh man, since last year, I think I just kind of was like, I think I'm finished with the game for right now. Not still, games are great. Just I've had my fill of it. I honestly think there just might not be enough folks in our side of the world in that rank. Because I'm sure, like, Splatoon is Japan is just all over it. They're all over it. Like us.
They're born with it.
Yeah,
they will.
Yeah, when they popped up on the Wii U days, I was like, it kind of took me off guard. But yeah, like I'm pretty sure their matchmaking stuff over there is just it's like that. So I think it's if you were to like
really
rank oh sorry, my bad.
Oh no, I was gonna say really with Splatoon 3, the only thing I do is I go in at like 3 or 4 in the morning, and for some reason there's a whole bunch of people.
What time is it in Japan?
That's literally
time different.
That's like
that's probably
and it's
probably
summer. Yeah, it's supposed to be it's summertime there, so they're that's why they like to drop the game during the summer because everybody out of school, out of university, whatever. For the younger folks,
I mean, it sold 10 million. I think like over the weekend when it first dropped, Splatoon 3. Yeah, that was that. I think that Stash can correct me because he's better with numbers, but I think that was all Japan.
I believe it. I was there too. I was like preload digitally because those are like the few Nintendo games I will get digital because I just know they constant updates. Yeah, I need to get the physical for collecting,
but it happens in the other queues too. But then I also wonder though because we've been having storms here, which we don't have in South Texas. It's just heat and dry, but we've been having a beautiful spring for the first time in 20 years. And also, so I'm wondering, I can't tell if it's my internet or if it's Nintendo servers because all my internet's been wonky a little bit lately. When I was playing before though, I didn't have a whole lot of disconnects and a lot of problems. Unless it was just somebody disconnected on purpose or something of that nature. So I don't get as much of that. So I can't. So now I'm wondering, is it really Nintendo servers or is there something going on here? You see what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Honestly, I think it might be just to your area because for a lot of the Splatoon games, they're all like peer to peer for the most part. The only things that's like server side that they have are like our rank, our information that of our characters and stuff.
Okay.
Like all like the salmon run, like those little event things and whatnot. That's stuff they have on the server side. But yeah, for our connections, it's all peer to peer. So everybody's got to be as rock solid as possible. If one person got their cousin in the back watching Netflix in 4K, that's gonna be a problem. But
At 120 frames.
Yeah, 120. Yeah, right. Like they got it at Stranger Things or whatever. But yeah, it varies. Cause yeah, when I was playing a lot, I didn't really get too many disconnects, and most of the time I'll be like docked, hardwired in. Every now and then I'll play handheld, but it would vary. It would really vary.
Okay.
All right, is it my turn?
Yes, your turn, Sam. Let's get it.
Ooh,
Oh boy.
We got a legal pad.
Is that a journal?
We got a legal pad, y'all.
I was ready.
Bullet point.
Okay, if anybody asks, I was with Pokemon Fan 33 from the hours of like 2 a.m.
The alibi is here.
But where were you? No. Okay, so. All right, so let's see. Oh, so did you find out anything more about Mario Kart World that wasn't shown off in the Direct?
For some reason, I remember in the Direct something about being able to drive on water or go underwater. And that's why I kept dying, because I kept trying to go underwater. So I think now, so I wonder if there were certain parts that might have been blocked off, like on purpose, or something like that. Because I could not get every time I would try to go into the water just to test it, the screen would go black and then bring me back. And I'm like, that doesn't happen even in Mario Kart 8.
Yeah.
That's odd.
Yeah.
So now I just I'm like,
yeah.
Okay. So you know what I should have also tested to see what the depths look like in Tears of the Kingdom. I don't even know if they had it available. But anyway, Mario Kart, that's the main thing that I wanted to try. So I thought it was interesting that it just faded to black. I'm like, we don't fade to black in Mario Kart. What are you doing?
No.
Right.
He comes and picks you up all live.
I will say that when I played, of course I played. It was the beginning of April, so this was before the Mario Kart Direct. But I even say it in my video. You know, I turn the camera and I'm like, the water in the game, when you're driving on the water, it literally feels like Wave Race 64. I'm like, this is amazing.
This is so good, man.
Yeah,
That's
and I love Wave Race. Right?
Fire shirt, by the way.
Thanks, man.
Show me your awards.
I love that 90s aesthetic, man.
Oh, yeah. Can you guys see that? That's, here, watch.
Next to Alarmo?
The magic of zoom in.
Yeah.
Oh, the alarm.
Yeah.
That's cool.
There it is, yeah.
That's what's up.
I don't know what's better, the trophy, Alarmo, or revenge.
Revenge, like all three things. Like that's amazing. Wow.
I love revenge.
Some people
so
go
much.
to the gaming museum. I want to go to Stash.
That is a museum. That room right there. Yeah, for real.
Right.
Sorry.
But they confirmed, right, in the Mario Kart Developer Direct, in the Q&A, they were asked about the water and all of that, and they said, the developer said they were told to specifically study Wave Race 64 and make the water and the waves, and to make the water crest to where people know that, hey, big jump's coming when you see like the water cresting. And they explain the whole thing in the developer direct, but essentially when I was there at the experience, I totally called it out that this feels exactly like Wave Race, and then it was confirmed a few weeks later that was their exact intention.
Nice.
So for anyone who is a Wave Race fan, there's at least some Wave Race love there, that like when you do hit the water, it feels like Wave Race, which is amazing.
Nice.
That's
And then we're getting a Wave Race level. Is that right? Or
Yeah.
something like that.
Well, yeah, you attacked me and it was a mission, and there are carts that are like jet skis in the game,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
which again,
I'm missing on the app too. The Nintendo
Yeah.
Today app.
when I was on the character select screen in my video, like I made sure, like I knew what character I wanted, but I went through the whole thing so we could obviously see what all the characters are. And and I did the same thing for the carts. And one of the carts, of course, was a jet ski. And I'm like, that's interesting. Why would there be a jet ski cart, right? And of course, then it all came together once I hit the actual water and it felt like wave race. I'm like, okay, I see what's going on here. I'm pretty sure this is what's going on. So very cool. As far as
Nintendo
like
dropping hints.
yeah, they always are.
Yeah,
I don't know
they
if there
do.
was anything that was different outside of what we saw in the direct. I think that's all I could really confirm that was talked about was the wave race aspect.
Okay.
Joycie, did you play the Boo Cinema level or the
No.
track? Oh, the Boo
Oh,
Cinema
wait,
track
wait.
is amazing.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. I'm sorry. I was still focusing on that
Yeah.
water and the fade to black. Yes, we did. It is absolutely.
Wasn't that awesome?
It's so beautiful, y'all.
Yeah.
I like low key want to buy a new TV for this,
Oh wow.
Hey.
but I'm going to concerts all summer, so I can't afford it. But I low key want to buy a new TV
Yeah.
because I mean, it's just y'all should play it. It's fire.
But we trying. We
Right.
trying.
In
Five days? 6
five
We're almost there.
days.
So close.
Okay, so my next question is, I gotta scratch off my last question because I got plenty of questions here. So been looking at the Switch 2 and the trailer and all that. How does the finish? Is the finish more like the Wii U's like glossy look to it, or is it more like the kind of
Like a matte finish.
matte-ish finish that they have for the original Switch?
Oh.
I thought it was more of a matte finish.
Okay.
Are you talking
Yeah.
about the game or are you talking about the controller? Or the...
device.
controller.
He's talking about the
Yeah.
actual like,
Oh,
Yeah.
oh my God! I'm sorry. I was...
not like a
Go ahead,
Wii
sir.
gamepad shiny gloss type.
Yeah, it's not shiny like that. It feels like a premium system though. It
Okay.
does not feel like a Switch one at all.
Yeah. And you know what
So-
else we could probably add to that, Joycie, is the actual Joy-Cons, right? Like I know
Mhm.
there's been a lot of discussion and about Switch 1 and how the Joy-Cons don't really feel like there's that tight connection. Or if you
Mhm.
shake, your Switch, you can kind of hear
Yeah.
the Joy-Cons rattle.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to, personally, I don't think we're going to see that with the Joy-Con 2s because of the magnet. It's very strong. It's very tight fit. Again,
They purposely would hold it sideways so you could see like it's not gonna.
Oh,
You
okay.
can't do
good.
this.
Yeah.
You can't shake it like a Polaroid picture. You can't do that. With Switch 1, you can, and you can hear that rattle. Stash is
Gotcha.
absolutely right.
yeah, it feels very secure now. And I think one thing I forgot to mention too, and you might ask it, and if you don't, hopefully this helps, but the actual joysticks feel a lot better. I know a lot of people have asked in the beginning if it's Hall effect, and we all know what Nintendo said.
Yeah.
And they didn't really answer the question either, though. So my interpretation of it in playing with controllers that are Hall effect is that this is Nintendo's own version of a Hall effect.
Gotcha.
It's not
I
called
can see
Hall
that.
effect, but it's their own recipe, right? It's their own
Yeah.
creation.
That was the impression I got. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel pretty confident. Now, again, I don't know where we'll go 5 years from now, but it's a big improvement. And the stick drift, I don't really think that's going to be an issue anymore.
hope
And I think once people play, they'll probably feel the same.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's
The
good.
other thing is with Nintendo, they like to just make cute names for stuff. So
Right.
it's not Hall effect. It's our special sauce. It's
There you
not
go.
open.
Made of the finest Nintendium you can find.
It is not. It's not open worlds. It's open air. That's what
There
this
you
is.
go.
Right. All right.
I'm like, no, y'all. This is what open world is. It's not.
The hair's already open.
Yeah.
I mean, after you get out the cave, it's open. I mean,
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
it's open air. Tomato. Okay, fine.
Right.
I had two questions. Now, one was to piggyback off of like the sticks. All I've been hearing with every video is like this whole smooth gliding on the Pro controller. Is that same stick on the Joy-Con? Like, because they just been talking about smooth gliding, and even people was talking about going around the rim. It's like almost as if you don't get the same feel with our current controllers. Are the Pro and the Joy-Con sticks one and the same, or are they a little different?
It feels sturdier.
Yeah, as
Okay.
far as like size and travel, they felt similar, if not
Okay.
the same. Like I didn't feel any difference between the two. And again, I played in handheld mode. I played with the Joy-Con attachment and with the Pro controller,
Okay.
and nothing felt different. And I mean that from like the feel, obviously the performance I mentioned earlier, everything felt extremely cohesive.
Mhm.
So I would presume that if they're not the same, of course they're very similar.
Okay. Okay.
Nice.
Now the second question, this is purely subjective. Is up to you both. When I look at every console we've gone through, everyone looks for that IP that really introduces this console and makes you want to get it. Would you both say that Metroid Prime 4 is that example? And the reason why I mentioned that game in particular is we're talking 120 frames, we're talking 4K, motion control, we're talking mouse mode. So if I'm talking about everything new with Switch 2, this game is the representation. I'm just curious if both of you feel the same way.
You go first, Nash.
Yeah, so that was one of my takeaways. And going into it, I had thought that it would be a good candidate for it, knowing about the mouse mode. And then, of course, when I got there, knowing that, okay, we're playing in 120 FPS, this is great. Knowing what the specs are and all that. But then after playing it, I thought it was the best representation at the event of everything the Switch 2 can do as far as, right, the resolution, the frame rate, the maxing it out at 1080, 120, the implementation of the mouse mode, put it all together in one package. Yeah, it felt like the proper sort of game that, of course, acts as like the tech demo.
Right. Yeah.
For which, again, like we look at GameCube, we kind of had Luigi's Mansion, right? That was not only the launch title, but with the way you handled the vacuum and used the C-stick and the triggers, that was the kind of the showcase game. Mario 64 for Mario, so on and so forth. It does feel like that, in my opinion. I don't know if any other game really took advantage of everything altogether. However, CDPR, we'll see what they do, right, with Cyberpunk. And as a third party, I think that's probably going to be a really good example.
Yeah. Okay, Joycie?
I from the technical side, I feel the exact same way. Because as we already know, one of the things I like about Nintendo is that they kind of have a little bit of everything. You got your racer, Mario Kart, you got your action adventure, Zelda, you got, you know what I mean?
Right.
And I feel like, just like Stash said, that Metroid Prime 4 will utilize the mouse controls. It has the pretty graphics. I don't care, but other people do. It feels like, this is a 2025 game. I know when they started on it, and I know they had to reboot. I know all that.
Yeah.
But this feels like a 2025 game. This feels like a premium game. Not that the others don't, but one of the things that, now I'm gonna complain. because I don't understand why Nintendo is treating Samus like, you know, a redheaded stepchild right now. And I understand Mario Kart's gonna get the sales. I get it. Metroid Prime 4 is what's gonna convince people who aren't into things like Mario Kart and Zelda. This is why you need this system, and this is why you need this game.
Right.
If you had told me, because remember, guys, I haven't played Metroid before. I know who Samus is. I know very basic things. But if you had not told me this was a Metroid Prime 4 game, and you just put it through a controller in my hand, I would say, oh, okay, so is this PlayStation? Is this like Halo or something? Like, what is this? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
And so Nintendo, because I know you watch us, you need to go ahead and put Samus out there, because we want to get those kind of fans to say, hey, we got games like that too. So that's okay. Done. Rant over. I warned Sam Storm I'd be ranting a lot.
hey, we do that on this channel all the time.
Yeah, we all have our mini rants or major rants.
Okay. Yeah, because I feel the same way looking at the games that you all got a chance to play. And as you said, like, Metroid just really doesn't get that love like that.
It deserves so much more.
Even though it's on both Switches, I feel like the Switch 2 is going to be the prime example. But even then, they're doing a very interesting, I guess you could say, rollout for a lot of these games. Because even, for example, Mario Party, I know neither one of you played it because of the time consumption. But for the longest, we thought, oh, they only have 2 to 3 modes because of the camera and the mouse, and we just got a new trailer, and there's a lot more that's there. And I'm like, why didn't we see this, Nintendo? Like, this would have been great information, but maybe this is just how they're going to roll it out. Maybe they feel like they just have way too much on the table to try to just throw out there at once. But hopefully we see a lot more of Metroid, and that is like the definitive game this year that says, hey, this is why you need to purchase a Switch 2 aside of Mario Kart, because we all get it. Mario Kart's going to sell. That's the pretty face. We want to see like who's going to really be like the racing games we get. A lot of people say, I purchased a racing game so I can show my friends what the power does for this new device I just bought. I need Metroid to be that for the Switch 2, along with the mouse mode.
I think I have hope that there is. I planned his wedding already, so.
Really?
If y'all remember that stream, if y'all remember that night when it was me and Prime, y'all caught that shade. Seriously though, I have hope for Metroid Prime 4, because I do think eventually, probably even as early as Summer Game Fest, because Nintendo is going to possibly be there, or they're going to be showing something off. I'm expecting that banger trailer. You know, remember when we saw bits and pieces of Breath of the Wild, then they hit us with that trailer
and the music. Yeah, man, amazing.
Whoever made that, I hope they got a raise. I'm waiting on that Metroid Prime trailer where everybody's jumping out of their seats. Like, I have to get this game right now.
Okay, awesome. Well, I'm done with my
question. Okay. You know
I mean, I got more. I just don't want to take up the time. But so like...
I ate now, so I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, and Stash hasn't grabbed the Airheads yet, so.
I
tell you, watching that podcast, I fight a demon every time I watch it, because it's like everybody has their like specific candy, and I'm like, like no.
I know. I don't know what I started, man. I was like, oh my god. I shouldn't be doing this
forever, man. Like, and the mystery flavor, and I'm like,
I never.
So good.
I never knew you had to. Now that's something you can shake like a Polaroid picture. I didn't knew you could do that, and it changes.
I didn't know that either.
The flavor and the mystery, or the just plain white or whatever it is. It's not bad. So I just ate it like that.
Same.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now I want some Airheads.
I want to go buy one because I didn't know you had to shake it.
No,
so
Stash, tell him. Explain it. Tell him.
Yeah, well,
he taught us all something that night. Nobody knew this.
Sandstorm, it was you that told me about this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I didn't know, like, this is the definition of you learn something
right.
new every day. And I was like,
Right.
really? But yeah, it's legit. Yeah, you shake it until it gets down. The more
Like
you
really
shake it,
small,
the smaller it gets inside
Really?
the packaging. Yeah, and once you can fold it over, right?
Yeah.
That's what you had said. Once you can fold it in half evenly, that's when it's ready. It's ready.
Yeah. Yeah.
No
You basically
commercials, no nothing.
no, actually, so that's
They'll be
the
back.
crazy thing is in the commercial, you know how they always show that when they eat it, it blows, like the head blows up and it burns.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
supposed to be the same concept, that there's air in the packet. So as you shake it, you're creating more of the packet of the pocket for the air, and then you bite it, and then it blows your mind. So
I'm
It
looking at a
was
YouTube
said
video
Storm
right
who
now.
taught us that. I forgot.
yeah. So
Stash will be back. He can't resist.
yeah.
Right now.
Do y'all want to punch my internet in the face? I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to fix this after.
But yeah,
Wow.
that's basically how. And so with the mystery flavor, as you shake it, that's what changes the flavor into whatever the mystery flavor is.
How many mystery airheads have I eaten over my lifetime?
Right.
And I
there's-
never knew
like,
that. So many flavors
shaking.
I could have had.
We've all done it. And the regular flavors
Wow.
just like create like a more sour, like a more impactful taste on whatever they are. Yeah.
Wow. Man.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
How much are bag of airheads on Amazon? Let's
Cheap.
I'm about to find out tomorrow. I'll tell you that much.
Okay. So my next question. Could you see mouse controls cramping your hands over time?
Yes.
Really? Even with them being bigger?
Even with them being bigger. Also, though, I have big hands. So
Okay.
for me, turning it over
Mhm.
like that, I'm like, it's not for me. It would be
Okay.
for me. I think it's more comfortable if you have like a desk setup. This is just my opinion. If you have like a desk setup, because I don't, you know what I mean. But I like to sit back on in my couch, and I want the Pro Controller here. The TV's way, across the way, and I don't want to be trying to play on my lap, and that's me.
Yeah.
But I do feel like that a long period of time, because remember, we're used to our mouse yes, I have a pink mouse. We're used to our mouses looking like this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you can buy accessories, but I feel like after a while, cramping up like this I feel like that's gonna hurt. Personally.
Interesting.
Okay.
Ask Dash.
Yeah. So, I think for me, like, I'm mentally prepared
Mhm.
to play through Metroid Prime 4 in mouse mode. The whole campaign. And I didn't really feel like it was cramping. It could. I mean, I definitely experienced that with gaming too
Mhm.
much, like where my hands will cramp. And they do all the time with the damn mouse and keyboard, especially when you're editing videos. So I definitely experienced that on a regular, but I didn't feel like playing it was going to, I guess, introduce new cramping or like anything new to what I'm already, experiencing on a daily. I will say that, like, I pre-ordered at GameStop so I could get it at midnight, and if they do have those mouse attachments that they're selling, that accessory, I'll probably get it because it's inexpensive, and I do think that will add to the overall comfort for longer play use. And I probably do need to mention also that when I played Dragon Drive, I made a point to try it on my legs. So I was wearing jeans. I wanted to see, like, let me see how this works, right? Because I'm interested to see if it's actually precise and it feels okay. To my surprise, again, it worked perfect. Like, this is interesting.
And
like, it felt really good.
And what's interesting about that too, now that you brought it up, of like using on your pant leg and watching your video, that was something that they suggested as well. GameSpot just went and had an opportunity to play Nobunaga, which we just found out is coming out day one, and they tried it on their chest and it still worked. So it's just, it is a gimmick, if you will, that I'm like, is getting me to take a look at games I otherwise wouldn't have paid any attention to. Like Civ 7, like I agree with you both. I don't think that's a demo game you want to put there with a time limit, because it's such a time commitment. But at the same time, I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, I haven't played those type of games since like Tropico 4, but I have played like the 2 Point Museum or the 2 Point Hospital games, and I'm like, this would be perfect. I've said, Sandstorm, you can back me up, I've said this 1,000 times over, EA is missing out on adding The Sims.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm saying it too. Yeah, they need to do it. Easy money.
Easy. So, but yeah. Okay.
I'll mention too, funny you said that. I don't play Civ. I haven't, but I'm going to now. I already picked it up on Switch 1. Because it's a $10 upgrade. I picked it up on Switch 1 maybe a week ago or two on Amazon for $49. So I'm going to get it for $10 cheaper, and I actually get the physical, because on Switch 2 I think it's a code in the box. So I actually have the physical. I got it for $10 cheaper, and I am looking forward to playing that in mouse mode, because I had such a great time with mouse mode. I'm like, all right, I want to give this a try. I'm going to try something new. The best time to try new things is at launch, so I'm going to give Civ a try.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I plan to go the same route, just getting the Switch 1 version. I'm looking for it cheaper though. Before I do that, because I guess I got spoiled with the Hogwarts Legacy deal.
I
didn't even have the game. And I'm like $17.99 and then a $10 upgrade. I was like $28 for a Switch 2.
Stellar deal.
Oh man, I should have took advantage of it. I'm not saying everybody's like thing. I was like,
I thought you were, because I mean you mentioned it. But
yeah. Still didn't take advantage of it.
Well, you can borrow mine, because we can borrow games.
That is true.
Seriously.
We are in that time now.
Real quick. So I just ordered a 60 variety pack of Airheads.
Oh,
60?
Oh, nice.
I was just going to try one.
You won't regret it.
But it's $10 and I have free shipping on Amazon, and you get 60. I don't have to. I'm not going to eat them all at once.
So I get
I
that.
got nice teeth.
I get that, but see, then I'll feel obligated to finish all 60 over
at
time.
Once?
No, just over time, because otherwise they'll just sit there.
Yeah.
And then
I'm gonna eventually eat them. I mean, but 60, you just put them in the snack pile and you grab one every few days, every few weeks.
I just go to the gas station, grab one, and call it a day.
I understand, but y'all, I just told the podcast this. I've been eating Airhead since I was a teen, and I just found out they had the flavor grape. I did not know, and the fact the fact that Stash didn't tell me, I feel some type of way.
The grape's pretty good.
Is it good?
Oh man!
I want to say, even on that podcast, I think he had didn't you have the variety pack?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I had a grape one. I had all the flavors. Yeah, no, they're very good.
That's what I get for not paying attention. Sorry, back to gaming. I'm sorry, just got excited about that.
All right. We got so I got a 3-piece and a biscuit.
I like biscuits.
So how was and all three of these are HD Rumble related. So how was HD Rumble 2 with DK? The reason why I asked this is because with Odyssey, it really kind of just was just the hidden stuff that really kind of did anything.
Yeah, I thought it was great. Again, so the controls are mapped in an interesting way where the face buttons are I have to look at a controller. Here's my orange Joy-Con. So if you're pressing A.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing, I think, a punch outward. If you're pressing B, of course, so down.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a bottom smash. If you're pressing, if you're doing a top smash, it's X.
Mm-hmm.
So it's top button. And I think why, I don't know. One of these is, I think one of these is roll. I don't know. The controls were, there was a lot of controls. Let me just say that for a
Yeah.
demo event, there was a lot to kind of learn. I think that's why they gave you so much time with DK at the end, is probably so you could learn the controls.
Mm-hmm.
But what I noticed is that when you're actually doing that motion, so when you're punching to the right, you're feeling the HD rumble on the right side. And when you're doing it up, you're
Okay.
feeling it on the top part of the controller. So again,
Wow.
it's all very precise where you feel the HD rumble. It's tactile, I guess would be the best way to explain it. It felt great. Like they were all fully utilizing the HD rumble too in the first party games, and Cyberpunk as well felt very good. So
Nice.
yeah.
While I
Okay.
didn't completely notice, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Because
Mm-hmm.
if you're, when you know what I mean, I think about Splatoon. Splatoon, depending on the weapon, certain things in these little in the controller or these little sensors, whatever you're going to call them, HD rumble, whatever, the weapon feels different. So something that's shooter, you have a shooter that's lighter, you know what I mean? You don't notice it a lot unless you're shooting or you get splatted or you hit your special and then you feel it.
Mm-hmm.
But when you have a heavier weapon like the Golden Dynamo, that's a very, very heavy weapon. Your controller feels a little heavier. And you feel like you have to push that thing or you have to really draw back and fling it or whatever you're going to do. And I feel that, so that's a good thing though, because you're locked in and that's what you expect to feel.
Yeah.
I believe it makes, so the reason I didn't officially notice like, oh, that's rumbling or whatever, is because it's the fact that I feel like if I'm locked in, that's what I'm supposed to feel. I feel like it's more immersive. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the right word.
Yeah. Okay. You kind of hinted on my next question, Stash. But obviously there weren't too many other third-party games there. But did any of the other third-party games really use the HD rumble?
So Michaela played Hogwarts. I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
I watched her play and recorded it. So I'm not sure on Hogwarts. But Cyberpunk most certainly did. CDPR is gonna.
Yeah.
I'm sure you guys can already you can feel the vibe from it. I'm sure, and people's impressions. But they're gonna knock it out of the park and be like the runaway, I think, winner of the Switch 2 launch with Cyberpunk. I'm looking at the list here of launch games. So the other third parties was Hogwarts, Cyberpunk. We didn't play Civ, didn't play Street Fighter, didn't play Split Fiction either. I'm curious if they used it. You'd think Joseph Ferris would probably use it.
Yeah.
Like he's into like taking advantage of everything and being creative. So
yeah,
I would expect that he probably used that as well.
Joycie, do you think it was in Hades?
I honestly didn't notice, and I apologize. That's why I said, guys, you know, more of a fan perspective. He's better with the tech and all that other stuff.
It was used in Hades.
It was okay.
Yeah,
awesome.
I knew I was.
I was in the 80s. I was into it though. So, yeah.
But I mean, even then, Sandstorm, like we're hearing so much changing from these events.
Yeah.
So like even if let's say they didn't utilize it at these demos, it may be there later. Because like for example, one game I was looking forward to was Puyo Puyo Tetris 2S, and it looked like it just added 1 or 2 modes. But just the other day, they mentioned that now if you have the camera, they have your face behind your setup, so now you can kind of see the reactions as the blocks and stuff are stacking up. So it's like just finding little simplistic ways to utilize what Nintendo's now offering. So who knows? I mean, they might dig deeper when we get the actual full game. Because I can only imagine Hogwarts Legacy doing all the spells and everything else. So,
and I think that's kind of the huge thing. The reason why I asked that question is because that was something that was not, to me, really shown in the original Switch, right?
Yeah,
it wasn't. It faded off too fast.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is sad. I hope Hogwarts uses it though.
With all these third parties coming, I cannot wait for like Clair Obscura 33 to come.
Yeah.
Because that is going to really, really look good on Switch 2. It's really, really going to sell. Yeah. So I'm so glad somebody brought it up. That's a game I really want to try on Switch. I know it's eventually going to come because we're getting, Elden Ring. We're getting Hades. We're getting Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk is so gorgeous, guys. Please buy it. Please buy it physical. All these games, like seriously, Nintendo Switch 2 is about to be a beast. I'm sorry, y'all. I hate to say it, but
beast mode.
As much as I want Sony to win. No, guys, hear me. We want Sony to win because we want good competition. That's right. But I don't think even PlayStation 5 is going to be able to compete with this thing until, we'll see what's going to happen with PlayStation 6. But I'm telling y'all, like, I can take all my games on the go now. I don't have to wait. I don't have to try anything. All I have to do is just literally download the game. I'm so excited for Thursday. Hype. Okay, sorry, Sandstorm. Had to go off on a tangent right there. Somebody said Clair Obscured. I'm like, I want to play that game so bad, and I can't wait.
I want South of Midnight too. I need both of those to come over.
South of Midnight. I know the internet tried to destroy it, but good God, that game looks amazing. I can't wait till it comes over. That's a day one buy for me.
We have already talked behind the scenes on Twitter with the Winging It podcast of who was being what character specifically for Soul Calibur 2. And Jay immediately was like, I got Link. And I'm like, dang it.
Yeah. I didn't even know we were claiming at that point. I'm fine.
Let me hurry up before everybody steals all the good ones. So
I love that game. I'm so excited for Soul Calibur.
Has that been announced as like a day one?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I know they're going to only have a handful.
Wind Waker, Soul Calibur, and F-Zero GX.
Oh, okay.
And then Mario Strikers was also there.
Oh,
it's not a day one, but I got to see it. It looks very good.
They let me down this generation with the sports games, but we just need the GameCube ones.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. It's like GameCube's got us covered because we got Toadstool Tour, which I think that's probably the best, in my opinion, golf game for the Mario Golf. I love it. And then you got baseball. Obviously, you got tennis, but the two kind of neglected ones, right? As far as a traditional golf game is Toadstool Tour, and then baseball has been neglected since what was it? Was it the Wii Sluggers?
Wii.
Sluggers,
Sluggers.
Yeah. So,
well, they got to announce the golf one soon because we just saw a hot shot. Well, everybody's golf is supposed to be coming. So, and that's another one. I mean, that's right there with it. So,
yeah, it's a good one.
Real quick, guys. Just before the system comes out, if you guys ever play anything with me, I always got dibs on Link or Zelda. I'm just telling you ahead of time. Always.
Yeah.
No matter what the game is. And then the other thing I was gonna say real quick.
Gotcha.
With all these third-party games that are coming to Switch 2, what's crazy is like, and they're not old games. But good God, the fact that like Mario Party, DK pops so hard, I'm like, wow. So Nintendo's actually kind of showing up third party a little bit, but that's okay.
Because
when you see Mario Kart in person, you're gonna be like, Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. This is amazing. It's
That's
like
what I'm waiting for.
we are
I
so
can't wait.
in
I
this is
can't
so
wait.
Man.
this is 10th gen. This is so 10th gen.
This is 10th
Yeah.
gen time.
This-
Yep.
It's crazy too because I mean not to go super far off on the tangent, but it's crazy too because we just got that direct about Pokemon Champions.
Champions,
So
yep.
Yeah, champions.
like
Yep.
now it doesn't even matter. Like whip out your phone. Go ahead and bring your team. Bring your team. Bring
Yep.
your whole squad. I bet you I'll demolish them. You know, like it doesn't matter if you have a Switch or a Switch 2 now. It's like, yeah, we playing games over here.
We play games because we're gamers.
Yeah.
Right.
I expect everything, really everything to come over.
Yeah. Yeah. I just really hope all developers take the same approach of build it for the device. Like, don't
Yes.
just pour it over. Don't just be lazy with it, and just take the time. And like you said, CD Projekt Red is a fine example. Marvelous, they're a fine example. Take the time, and people will pay it forward if you really do it. Now, I understand some games just can't do it. I mean, 64 gigs is small to some games, but because I do not expect to see, COD on a card. I just don't.
Absolutely. Unfortunately,
they're not even on a disc at this point. So it's like,
this is just hey, time to download 200 gigs.
Right.
Exactly. Now I
That's
did have
low end.
another question for both of you.
Yeah.
After playing the Switch 2 and getting an opportunity to test all of this out, what is I would say, give me 3 games that you really need to come over or see in general on this device.
That haven't been announced?
Correct. Yep.
I said Claire Obscure, right?
Yep.
Or
You
whatever.
did.
Claire Obscure.
Yeah.
33. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's one. We need
That
that
one's
one.
for
Okay.
sure coming. I've playing
It's
through
for
that
sure
now.
coming.
It's coming.
It's 10th
coming.
gen, of course.
It's coming.
Yeah.
Like
It's coming.
it would so much on Switch too. Yeah.
Okay, I named one. Stash name another one so I can think.
Yeah,
Because
you
y'all
know,
know I buy this stuff to play Zelda. Everything
It's
else
funny.
is just gravy.
I have my list here actually, because this gets talked about a lot. So
Right.
I don't want to miss any games, but yeah, I have plenty here that I can mention. For sure, and I've been saying this since at least a year ago,
Mhm.
and I know it's going to happen. Red Dead Redemption 2,
Okay.
100%. That is going to be a great game, also to be able to play on the go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oblivion remake.
Okay.
For sure.
100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a template already out there that was successful with Skyrim on Switch.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Perfect timing. Let's do it
You think
again.
they're going to do another Skyrim, or they're going to remake it again for Switch 2 or whatever? They're going to re-release
No.
it.
Oh, geez.
No, I
very
think
stupid to do
Oblivion
that.
can take that spot,
Okay.
just like Skyrim did. Oblivion can be that for Switch 2. Metaphor, ReFantazio.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Atlas time is coming once again.
Yeah.
I said this when I reviewed the game on PS5 last year, that in the review, I fully expect this to come to Switch 2. And that has not changed. If anything, more so now that I've played it.
Yeah.
Indiana Jones, 100%.
Ooh,
It's
I
a
would
very
go-
expensive IP. That
Wait,
Yeah, it
license
is.
is super.
What was the one you just said? Sorry, I was
Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
Oh
I
yeah.
I'm curious about that
Oh,
one
yeah.
too.
So
'Cause
Yeah.
I like indie. I just like indie. Period.
yeah, it's so
Yeah.
good. I think a lot of us probably wanted indie to be third person.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
so I don't know if I was just maybe a little hesitant about how it was going to be, but I was willing to give an opportunity. Of course, Machine Games does a good job, and
Mhm.
once you start playing it, you're just like, all of that fades, and you forget about it, and it actually feels like indie. And then you're like, you know what? Maybe this is better in first person, because like you
Right.
legit feel like it's a little bit more immersive in that sense.
Yeah.
Excellent game though. But yeah, Microsoft guys, everything's coming. Fallout.
Yeah.
Expect Fallout 4, especially
Yeah.
with season 2.
Yeah.
You know, you got to do that.
Yeah.
You got to appease the shareholders as well. And if there's an opportunity to make more money and bring Fallout to a whole different install base, the Nintendo install base, you have to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Mhm.
Like, it's fiscally responsible. That's what you have to do. There's so many games. Joycie, what else you got?
I had one, then I lost it. Are the Witcher games on
So
we
The
have one
Witcher
Witcher.
Yeah.
3.
We have
Witcher
Witcher.
three
Not
is there.
4.
That's the one, because I know we had one on Switch 1. So yeah. I
That's a
know
game, too, with
DLSS isn't
uncapped.
magic. It doesn't stop the fact that 10th gen still starts this week, honey. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
Nintendo's the market
Based
leader
on
at the moment.
facts. These are facts we're speaking, not emotions, not feelings. Facts.
My emotions will say that Zelda is the best game series of all times. That's not a fact.
Ooh, there we go.
Yeah, I
That's my
will say, Mass Effect Legendary Edition, the
That
trilogy.
Yes.
I think that's like a perfect candidate for EA to bring that over. If you look
Yep.
historically, we had Mass Effect 3 on Wii U, but Mass Effect Trilogy Legendary one that came out to take advantage of the PS4 Pro. If you guys remember, it was for that, and the HDR was like a big feature. These games, I think, would absolutely thrive on Switch 2, and also it sold pretty poorly. It didn't meet expectations at all. In fact, I picked up a handful of the games at Walmart in person for $5 each.
Okay.
I'm just like, I mean, I can buy these for giveaways at some point. You know, why not, right? But as we all know, if you guys have played those games, they're worth significantly more. They're amazing games. So that's another one. Again, I think we'll see a lot of these huge open world games come over to Switch too, because they're very good candidates in the way that cozy games blew up on Switch.
Yeah.
I think they can thrive in a similar manner because these are games that you can just live in and explore all day.
Yep.
And,
Now
and
the
they-
only
they
game
couldn't do it on Switch 1 really.
exactly. Now the only game I've ever given pushback on from Microsoft is Forza. The only reason why I give pushback on Forza is solely based off of controls. If you've ever played, whether it was Motorsport or Horizon, the analog triggers really make a difference.
They do.
So unless they decide to go and reconfigure that game for the digital triggers, that's the only one I'm like, maybe it won't happen. But I'm okay with being wrong. I stand on being wrong. If it comes over, then fine, and they figure out how to fix it to where, you know, as soon as you press the trigger, you're not just burning out wheel spinning. Then that works out fine.
How did
I
they
agree with
do?
you on
How did they do Need for Speed for Wii U?
Shoosh. That
Good question.
the way I so when you did Need for Speed, even though yes, the other consoles had the analog triggers, it didn't really make a difference. To where Forza's a little bit on the real side of it. So let's say, for example, if I have a vehicle and I go and I just smash the trigger, I'm gonna burn out for a while and then I'll take off.
Right.
To where with Need for Speed, I can do that if I want to, and it'll just take off. It's no big deal. So that would just be a matter of just them changing it for it to work properly that way, to where no matter how fast or how hard you press the trigger, it's gonna just take off the same way, regardless. So
Resident Evil as well. RE, Resident Evil, the
with mouse
remakes.
controls. Yeah,
Finally,
I'm telling you, like
that RE4 on Switch without the motion, they can rectify that with these versions.
I never thought in a million years I would be this hyped for mouse controls. Like,
Neither did I.
That has been my
heard of it. It was like a revelation. I was just like, oh, and I literally picked up my Joy-Con just on my desk, like,
yeah.
Yeah.
But it's also the combination as well of when you think about game chat, if you choose to go the camera route. And Sandstorm, we've talked about this too. Of, I know there's people that like to do chat, but then I know a few people that's like, I need to see faces who I'm gaming with. But then at the same time too, it's something that's very small, and I go through it every time with my kids when I play multiplayer games. Dad, who is who? I was like, well, we just picked the character, so aren't you this person? No, I'm that person. Like, damn it! Like, so if you have the camera, so now if we have the camera, and if it's similar to how they're doing with Mario Party, to where you have like the little bubble with your face up here, then fantastic. Solves that problem for me.
Yeah, I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's just like the Mario Kart arcade game.
Yeah. I
saw
about
that. I
that.
was like, oh, good, they're doing it. Perfect.
I think I have a third one or another one.
Okay.
So maybe so I don't have a
built
third
in
one,
on it.
actually. These games are, I think they're available on Switch One. But I became a fan of visual novels. I already like to read. Yep. And if Boomini was still here, she'd already spoil what I'm going to talk about. But a gem of a game that I found it was already, I think, on PlayStation 4. It's called Crimson Spires. It's by Woodsy. It's by Woodsy Studios, and they have a lot of other visual novels like that. And I couldn't put my Switch down. And I'm the same way with a book. If once I'm into it, I'm locked in. I have to carry the book everywhere. And this one, I carry my Switch everywhere. But here's what I noticed: my Switch got so hot running that game.
Oh, wow.
My Switch don't get hot until it's a few hours of Splatoon, maybe. Right. And also, I don't play handheld often. But it's a visual novel. I don't need a whole lot of graphics or anything like that. But because of the engine that they used and everything, it ran hot. So I've been tweeting Woodsy, because they're also from my hometown in St. Louis, Missouri. I've been tweeting them like, when's we getting a Crimson Spires 2? Can you make one? Can you add DLC or something? Put it on Switch 2? They have not answered me back, and that's okay. But I'm hoping they will. They're a smaller studio as well, and so I'm hoping they'll do more games, and I'm hoping that the games that were on Switch 1 will run better on Switch 2. And that game was a trip, but it was good. So I have high hopes for games like that run on those engines. So I don't think your system's going to be running hot like it used to.
Okay.
GhostDash, I know you got 20 more.
I do have a few more. I'll rattle them off just real quick. All of the PS4 era Assassin's Creed games.
Oh yeah,
all of them.
Yep.
They all got reworked for PS5 to run at 60 FPS. Very quietly. Ubisoft has released patches for these. So games like Syndicate runs at 60 FPS now. Origins, Odyssey, Valhalla, Mirage, Shadows. Expect all of them. And as we know, Shadows was recently rated by Peggy for Switch 2. So we already know that's coming.
Nice.
What else? Diablo 4.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Sandstorm right there.
Yes.
No, I agree. That's 100. We might even. I think that game might get announced like this year. I will not be surprised.
Yeah, it could be at the Microsoft Showcase. It could be announced for all we know, or at Summer Game Fest or the next Direct. But that one makes a lot of sense. Doom.
Yeah.
I do think Dragon Age comes over because it did not meet sales goals, and
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
they got to get that
as well,
probably moving. What else? Oh, here's a dream collaboration that I'm trying to put out there. I'm trying to speak it into
Manifest
existence.
it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's how we make things happen.
Flight Simulator, X Pilot Wings.
Ooh.
I was just playing Pilot Wings on NSL this week.
Ooh,
That's so
okay.
funny.
Yeah, I think that'd be really cool. That'd be a good way to bring back Pilot Wings, and I think both IPs would actually really thrive. It would be definitely a win-win situation for both sides. Let's see.
Yeah.
Kingdom Heart native releases, not the
Yeah,
cloud.
they need to fix
Yes.
They need to do that
Duh.
because that was dirty.
Thank you.
That's
Super dirty.
that was wrong. They're like, hey, Swords and Smash, but also these other games are cloud. Huh? Come back here. Why are they cloud versions only?
Yeah, can't
But
have that.
but they owe it. Wait a minute. Kingdom Hearts is Square, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Square Enix. Y'all, did y'all read some of those interviews right after Switch 2 came out? Square Enix can't wait to put all their stuff on Switch 2.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
They are
Yeah.
drooling.
They're
They can
ready.
start there.
Toon
Kingdom
Blade.
Hearts will
Record
be coming.
sales.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very exciting. Mario Rabbids collection. I think we'll get a collection
I
with
agree.
the DLC for Switch 2.
4K 60 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are just good games.
They
And
are.
They,
Yeah.
they should just be
Oh, yeah.
played. They're so good.
Snake Eater. I think
Ooh.
Snake Eater's coming over.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Konami knew it was coming over. I think that's why they made sure to get the Metal Gear Solid collection on Switch 1, plant that seed early, introduce that IP to the 150 million install base. So when we release Snake Eater, you guys are all ready for it and you're already aware of this IP, which is a lot of what we've been seeing Konami do, which I'll probably get to in your last topic. But Ninja Gaiden,
Yeah.
we're getting the 2D side scroller. I expect the new Ninja Gaiden 4. Persona 3 Reload.
For sure.
Expect it.
All the Persona.
Yeah. And Visions of Mana. I think that comes over as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That's coming.
Yeah.
Mhm.
No
Yeah.
doubt.
And I'm missing one game that I know is coming over. Oh, Baldur's Gate.
Yep.
100.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
100%.
Mouse
Yeah,
controls.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah. Those are all games that I think are very, very much coming over. I think Sea of Thieves comes over, Starfield, and that comes over as well. A lot of stuff from Microsoft. A lot.
Kinda got a
Microsoft and Nintendo been doing the hanky panky for how many years now?
Right.
Yeah, really.
Right.
It's like for a good minute. Yeah.
It's like they come over their house and then the lights turn off and then they leave the next morning. And you're like, what happened over there?
That's exactly what happened.
For-
Nintendo and Xbox just come out, honey. It's all right. We know y'all like each other.
Hopefully we see them, the next showcase for sure. Like just all right. Here's the slate. It's all coming. These dates. Yeah.
I said Halo, right? Halo Master Chief Collection.
Yeah,
No, you
that's-
didn't.
you
No, you
didn't say it. But
I
it's
did it, but I've pretty much had that in my mind.
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of the earliest ones to come over.
God, it's gonna be amazing.
I know. That's one of those special ones, right?
That's
Like,
gonna be.
it reminds me of
big
when
deal.
Sonic came to GameCube.
Yeah.
yeah.
Like, it was
yup.
a monumental moment, and it was like, wow, like this is crazy.
It kind of
you know?
surreal. Like they used to butt heads, and now it's just like, yeah, all right, Adventure 2 Battle, Adventure DX,
Yeah,
all the collections. Yeah.
it would have a lot of meaning, that release, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I got 2 questions left. One is the last of the HD Rumble because I know we went wild. So, how was the Rumble with mouse mode?
Ooh, good question. I didn't even notice that. I only played in mouse mode for 2 games.
Okay.
Okay.
For me, the Ancient Civ, which I like I said, not my jam, and Metroid Prime 4. But remember, y'all, I was gushing over the music. I was not. Oh, it's beautiful.
I thought it was a game changer, honestly. The HD Rumble on Metroid Prime was amazing. And again, it was just like another reason to want to play it in mouse mode, not just for the precise control over the arm cannon, but the HD Rumble just felt perfect. And there's been some discussion about mouses in the past, mice that have rumble in it, and I think there has been a couple of games in history. I think one of them came packed in with a mouse that had rumble, but outside of that, speaking strictly to, let's say, consoles, this is new territory to have a mouse and for it to have rumble. Obviously, we've had mouse attachments, but none with rumble, and it's different, man. Like, it's a big deal. It really is.
Yeah,
people are gonna love it.
Yes, that's what.
So yeah, it was very good, and like charging the arm cannon was something I kept doing over and over again. And people were commenting on it in my video. They're like, "Why do you keep doing that?" I'm like, "Because it's really cool, man. Like, I'm testing out the HD rumble, and it feels awesome." So, yeah. So that's something to look forward to. It legit is a selling point that I feel like is not being talked about enough.
Yeah, for sure.
Which is great. That just means there's already so many selling points, probably. So this is a good thing.
Yeah. That's funny you say that because I would be the same way. Like, just keep it charged the whole time. Like, just shoot something and keep moving. No, yeet, just in case.
It is really cool.
Okay, so my final question actually is along Metroid Prime 4 because if I remember correctly, it's the only game that we really. Well, one of the few games that we really don't have a release date for.
Yeah.
Did that version of Metroid Prime feel like it was like the final, like you were actually, they slotted in the game for you and you feel like you were actually playing the final version of the game?
That's definitely the final version. It is.
Okay.
It's gonna give other games that try to be similar a run for their money, but I apologize I didn't notice any of the rumble because I'm telling y'all the music, I was locked in. I was looking at stuff. I didn't even make it to the boss. I didn't care. I was just looking at stuff and I was randomly shooting and I'm asking questions.
That's a great thing about Metroid Prime. They're really despite situations putting you there, they're really like atmospheric and immersive. And once you kind of get into scanning your entire environment and the environmental storytelling, it's top-notch stuff.
It is.
I think it's because I also, like I said, with the mouse and turning it and unturning it, that's kind of what was throwing me off a bit because that's just not how I play games. But God, man, please Nintendo, just give us the big blowout trailer so we can really gush over this because I don't think I can. I don't think the trailer that we already have does it justice, and me and Stash just telling you guys about it does not do it justice.
Yeah,
and I say this as somebody who's never played a Metroid game.
I think it's the final version though too. I do. I think Nintendo's just strategically.
They're done.
Yeah.
I work on the next game, like production or something.
They are. Yeah, and again, I think it's all just a big strategy on what they're going to do, how they're going to do it when it comes to Prime 2, 3, and 4, and how they're gonna bridge that gap. I think it really just comes down to that. I think the game's ready to roll.
Yeah.
It could be just working on Prime 2 and 3 for. You know what? Yeah.
Well, you guys know that book's coming out June 24th.
I have it pre-ordered as well. That's why I kept looking at that date. I was looking at that date like, what does that date mean?
Why else would you release a brand new book for Metroid Prime 1, 2, and 3 games again that came out 21 and 18 years ago? Like, why would you release that? Unless you had something more to talk about, because otherwise the young kids don't know what this is. Because this was 20 years ago, so I think there's something more to it for sure.
I low-key think that, like I said, we're going to get the big blowout, and then I wouldn't even be surprised if not long after, or in the same even direct. Hey, by the way, we got Metroid Prime 2 and 3 as well in HD coming, blah, blah, blah. Because, there's still that rumor that it's 2 and 3 weren't remade the same way as 1 was.
Yeah.
Which is so weird.
Yeah.
Which is very weird.
The full story behind that is interesting. It's like basically embedded in a one forum post from I think right before Prime Remaster came out, I guess 2 years ago roughly. And based on that story, they're not working on Prime 2 and 3, but it's especially y'all's impressions on everything from the Switch 2 experience. I would not be surprised if they've just got it spaced out enough. Prime 4 for both Switch and Switch 2 are done. They're probably in-house working on the Prime 2 and 3 for Switch 2 now. I would not be surprised if that's the case now.
They also have already bought a studio to handle a lot of their ports.
That's
or
right.
handle third-party
Shiver.
ports.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shiver. Thank you.
Yep.
Shiver,
Yeah, because when I saw that, I was like, oh, they really like that Hogwarts Legacy and no, Mortal Kombat 1. They must really like those ports on Switch.
You know,
Mhm.
I got
Go
one
Stash.
other thing that I thought about. Actually, I forgot to mention this on the Nintendo Bite, but something I thought about. If you look at the Nintendo Direct where they flash the games that are coming to GameCube,
Mm-hmm.
where's Prime 1 and 2?
Yep.
Yeah, they're not
wasn't
there.
Yeah, that's
You
true.
couldn't show one of them.
Yeah, that's true.
We got
You know
Prime
they
4
would
coming.
play.
You'd
Yeah.
think you'd tell people like, hey, these games are on the way, Prime 1 and 2, but you didn't. I think there's a reason why. Like, I really believe that was, again, strategic by Nintendo to not show those because that's not the form they're coming in.
Yeah.
So I have well, maybe it's not a conspiracy theory, but I haven't looked it up or anything. So I feel like Switch 2 was supposed to be released last year. Again, this is a conspiracy theory.
I can see
and
it.
I think Metroid was gonna be the big one last year.
Yeah.
Because when we see, because I know I talk about it all the time, I don't care about frame rate, blah, 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 mainly because I don't notice it. I can't see it. But I played Echoes of Wisdom. You can see it. And I said, this was supposed to be a Switch.
I said the same thing too.
This was supposed to be the Zelda game. Like, this will tie you over until we give you something, a big Zelda, blah, blah, blah. That's what's supposed to happen. So in saying all that, I think the original plan for Metroid was to do, this is everything Metroid. Everybody has to buy Metroid. And then we're going to slowly trickle out 2 and 3 and things like that. So that's kind of why I think that Metroid's being handled the way it's being handled. But I think they really, in that the last direct before this the Switch 2 was announced, I felt like that was Nintendo saying, okay, here, stop asking us, fine. Okay, we did it. We said we're doing the game, okay? We're not ready to show you this.
Right.
So I think it kind of has a lot of that to deal with. So I'm holding out hope for either Summer Game Fest or the next direct for Metroid to kind of take over. I'm actually excited for it because then we'll have the system in our hands. And then Nintendo can push it more, and then people will definitely probably want to buy it.
So speaking of releases, I think we've been going back and forth on this, and I've seen a few channels trying to slot these games we don't have dates for. So for me personally, I mean, when we look at Age of Imprisonment, Kirby's Air Ride, all these other games that are set for 2025.
Kirby's question mark.
I have this interesting thought process that we still have August is still open. September's open. Pokemon just filled October, November, and December. I feel like, yes, we have enough games to fill those slots, and I think there's still like a mystery game that hasn't been showcased to us yet, because I think that's going to be the big blowout between Microsoft, Nintendo, and I feel like we might get some Sony love too. I would like to see Nintendo leave November open, because this may be our first COD in quite some time. On Nintendo.
We were talking about that. I'm inclined to think that process too.
Just to give them an opportunity, because we all hear the same narratives of Nintendo fans only buy Nintendo games, so that's why third-party games don't succeed. Even though we don't see the numbers for the third-party games, it's just still they don't succeed. But I think it would be very interesting to see this being the first time out of the whole lawsuit of like, okay, the 10-year contract starts now. The 10 years we promised for Nintendo starts this year. They're gonna let us have COD for November wide open, and then just go and have a field day. And we're gonna give it all the love. It's built from the ground up for the Switch 2. It has the mouse controls. It has the 120 frames. Same thing with Metroid across the board. That's essentially what COD is for multiplayer. I think that'd be amazing.
I've thought
Even though
about.
I'm not a big COD person, but I still would similar with this mouse. It'll get you into something. Like it's like let me try it because I'm a controller guy. If it's a new controller, I'm gonna try.
As long as they have gyro in it, or well, I mean, mouse and gyro, or both, or whichever. I'll pull up for a new Call of Duty on Nintendo. I've always been more of a Halo guy.
I'm downloading
myself.
Fortnite. I don't play Fortnite.
I am downloading.
Fortnite.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, well, I
played it.
Fortnite will be available day one.
It will, yeah.
Because like
I do like
the look on my kids' faces. They was like, "Dad, you're getting Fortnite." Like I was like, "Look, these mouse controls is free.
Calm down."
And they have a no builder mode too, so I don't have to do all the building. Yeah, we're good.
Technically, Fortnite is free, so yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
It is,
I don't.
yep.
I can download that as soon as we get home. After we come from GameStop, when I get home, I can have that downloading along with Mario Kart, along with Fast Fusion, along with a couple of games that are online, well, digital only. So we'll see.
Got all those too. Yeah, it'll be fun. Fortnite for the first time for me too, so it'll be interesting.
I'm hyped for Age of Imprisonment because allegedly word on the curb is that it's still winter, but it's still 2025. So
that
when does winter start for Nintendo?
That's a good question.
It varies. The winter term for like release timing.
Yeah.
Usually that's like a weird like late November. December, and then sometimes, Nintendo doesn't do that much.
It can leak into January.
It can bleed into January. It's kind of like this weird nebulous, like 2.5 month area. I would not be surprised if that is either a November game, because Age of Calamity. I mean, given 2020 was a year, but that was the November game for that year.
Yeah.
So they could try it again, or I can see being a December game. Like maybe an early December game or something.
It's Zelda. I just want to play it.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm with you there. Yeah. Yeah. Like they showed that. I was like, "Oh, you're doing for Tears too? Okay, I'm there." So yeah, but yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking for it. We'll probably. I feel like that June direct time. I think we're gonna.
Or it could be the fall direct, one or the other.
Oh yeah, it could be actually. Yeah, that's actually true. Yeah, because
I do expect that a June direct.
Yeah.
I have.
Yeah.
Unless they do the E3 thing that they used to do, where they'll do the direct like at Summer Game Fest.
Right.
That would be
because that's what E3 basically was for them. They just showed a really nice big old direct.
Yep. E3 direct. Yep.
And Xbox is going on Sunday.
And I'm just waiting.
Traditionally, it was Xbox Sunday, Nintendo on Monday.
No, Monday.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ouch. That's gonna be interesting.
Monday or Tuesday. Yeah.
Xbox might have to go first too.
Yeah.
Because they might have some announcements to make right for Nintendo.
Yep.
So yeah, it's gonna be a crazy month.
Yeah.
Summerfest Game Fest is basically gonna be a Nintendo partner showcase.
Yeah,
it might be. I mean, their logo's on the little image now.
It is now officially NintenCon.
Yeah, I know Jeff is over there like, yes. Finally getting Nintendo to this show.
I think it pretty much is. I really do, because they have not been able to show anything.
Mm-hmm.
You also got to factor in like Final Fantasy VII. That is a 2025 day.
Right.
They need
Elden
to get
Ring
that out.
Elden Ring
they can get Rebirth out.
Yeah.
Elden Ring.
They're coming.
There's a lot coming.
Feels so crowded.
Yo,
so crowded.
One system, that's what's
a lot happening.
One system.
Y'all want to hear something wild?
Sure.
Joycey's never played a Final Fantasy game either.
Like,
what?
Well, technically, I haven't either, because the only one I played is 16. So
I even want to go back and get the old games. Like I'm like, wow.
You should get the Pixel remaster.
Yeah, the Pixel remaster.
It's on my list on Amazon.
Very good.
I had 6 on my wish list for the longest time.
It's so good.
One of them is coming to Switch 2. Is it the new one?
Yeah, Final Fantasy VII Remake. Rebirth is confirmed. We're getting the trilogy. It's going to be 3.
Yep.
That's pretty.
I played 7 Remake and I played Rebirth. I beat them both. Absolutely amazing. It's coming from someone who played Final Fantasy VII back in the day on PlayStation. This is why I've said it so many times when it comes to the Ocarina of Time remake. I want Nintendo to give it the Final Fantasy VII remake treatment.
Yeah.
Mhm.
If you do,
Yeah.
it's gonna be insane.
How do you feel about that though? Because I feel like that changes the soul of the game.
No, because here's the thing. Square Enix changed some of the story. I have no beef with it. I think it's actually good and makes sense. But outside of that, they've really just added to the game. They're not taking anything away, which is what I want. I want keep everything we have and then just add a ton more, right? So if you do that, that would be fantastic.
I know she's reacting to.
Oh.
I'm not sure which chat that's happening in. But I was gonna post some, but
I feel like I'm on the outside looking in.
you can see it here in the restream chat.
Yeah.
Just go outside more. But anyway, continue. I'm sorry.
He really
Make
made
sure
that
you're
comment?
getting your vitamin D outside, children.
I've seen two people play Mortal Kombat 11 with single Joy-Con on a plane. You gotta go outside more.
Yeah, right.
I saw people at Disney in line with their Switch.
You gotta be outside with the people.
Come outside.
You gotta be outside.
Not in your backyard.
The one thing
Put
I have
on a
to
mask.
test
It's fine. Just come outside.
Yeah,
the one
true.
thing I have
Yes.
to test out, which I plan to do some not live streaming, but I'm going to do a lot of recording of games that I plan to pick up at midnight. But one thing I want to test out, I have a what is it called? The virtual XR glasses.
Oh yeah.
They work. So I have where it works great with my Switch. I want to see how that functions with the Switch 2, if it works, because I know they're already advertising it for a lot of the other glasses, whether it's like the Road Kid glasses or whatever. I want to see how that looks and how that functions with the Switch 2.
That would be interesting. I don't know what the specs are on it. I haven't looked in a while. Is it 120 hertz?
Yeah.
I thought it was
So-
too. Sweet.
So now the one I have, I still had to get the I don't even know what you call it, but it was like an extra piece you had to buy. Now they have a new version that's not required anymore.
Okay.
So
I remember that.
I would like to get those because really I don't use it currently because I made a mistake and missed one number on my prescription when they sent it to me. So when I was playing it, I was like, why is my head hurting? My right eye was blurry because the prescription was off. So I was like, so now I kind of have to go and get it readjusted. But
Damn.
I would love to upgrade and see that because I've been trying to find a way to do it through my Quest 3. There's a way to do it through a capture card, but it's just too much connection to one device. But yeah, I would love to see if the Switch 2 still allows for that to work or if you have to buy a new accessory.
Yeah, I'd be interested to hear how that is.
So I'll definitely try it out Thursday morning rather instead of Wednesday night.
Man, I say all that to say I am excited about the system.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We are waking. Really, we have an hour, but when you wake up, you are in the week of the Switch 2.
Yeah.
Being here.
Enjoy your last relaxing weekend, guys. You got gaming to do.
Yeah.
I'm handling some business stuff this weekend anyway, so yeah.
It's gonna be nuts.
Or like Stash already told us, clean your house, do the grocery shopping, get all your projects done, get all your work done.
Yep.
Do everything.
Yep.
Free your mind so you can actually enjoy it and not be playing video games and be thinking, oh my God, I have to do this. That's the worst thing. If you can get everything done that you can think of, it makes it a lot more enjoyable.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I got to do my system transfer. So I got to do my backup.
Oh, yeah.
I'll probably do it the night of for the before I go trade in my Switch. And then go ahead and get the rest of because I paid off my Switch 2 already. It's just the controller and Cyberpunk that's left. And then my wife is getting me the Joy-Con 2s for Father's Day. And she was like, well, can I pay for them now? And I was like, no, that's just one of those accessories that's just not available right now. Like, I don't know if they keep saying they'll be available day one, but I just have no idea.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see if like the SD Express cards, if like some of the stock magically appears, I mean, I have mine, but I hope that they do, because I want everyone to be able to get them, obviously, and to be able to get the ones you want, not GameStop's brand, whatever it is. I'm with you on that. Like
question mark, yeah.
Yeah. We've all experienced memory cards that, didn't treat us right. I've experienced corrupted data, going back to the PS1, PS2 days, to where, once it happens, it's first party from there on out.
Yeah.
They get one chance. When they mess up, that's it.
You're done.
Yep.
Dumb question. As somebody who buys as much physical as possible, that's kind of how I survived Switch 1 on a budget, if you will.
Surviving Switch 1.
Because I did have an SD card, but I didn't have to use all of it or all of my internal storage because I bought so much physical. So if I went, since we're going to, well, I know we have game key cards, so that's the thing. But if I were to download a lot of my third-party digital and my SD card goes kaput or corrupted or whatever, I could still re-download all that stuff anyway, right? Or no?
Yeah,
yes.
You'll be able to.
Yeah.
You do have an NSO, right?
NSO, yeah.
Yes.
Make sure you have NSO.
Yeah.
You have the cloud backups. Yep.
All of that.
Okay.
And then just double check them, because I don't know why, but no matter what game I play, as soon as I go and start, it's like, hey, there's no backup. I'm like, then what are you doing? Like, you're supposed to be backing up my stuff for me. I shouldn't have to go and do this myself. But yeah, just double check it, because that's what I plan on doing too. Just double checking all my stuff is there.
Oh, real quick, Stash, I've been meaning to tell you for a few weeks now. Everything that you said, prepare for this and get all your work done and do all your projects. That's me the week before Big Zelda drops. Because and my family knows,
no doubt.
my friends know, I will not be answering calls. If you dying, I'm sorry, call somebody else. I cannot help you. I clean the house, we get the car clean, we make sure we do I do everything first. Because when Zelda comes out, that phone go on do not disturb.
Yep.
I am in Hyrule.
We have like the same system.
Yeah.
We have the same system, Joycie. Like, this has been going on my whole life. Everyone still remembers that I went to school with. I was out sick for an entire week. The week Ocarina of Time came out, I was in 8th grade. I was gone the whole week. I didn't go to school. I came back. Everyone thought I died. They thought I was deathly sick. I'm like, no, dude, I just beat Ocarina of Time, man.
Priority.
Never been better.
Imagine having parents that awesome that'll let you get away with that.
I know, right?
Right.
Man.
Well, I did fake sick.
Wait a minute.
I didn't, like, I'm not proud of it, but like I didn't get like the go ahead to do this. Like, my mom took the controller and hid it when she went to work. And then I went and found it, and I took, like a mental snapshot of exactly how the wire was like wound up on the controller. Because if I didn't put it back exactly that way, party's over. No, my mom would know, and I'm going to school the next day. So I was,
she's forgiven me by now, I'm sure.
Yeah, she knows. She knows now, yeah.
My mom, on the other hand,
I always said, if I get good grades, if my grades are good enough,
My mom, on the other hand, she find out about stuff from 1993, calling me. Did you say that, Mama? It was 1993.
Oh yeah, dude. One thing we got busted for was something like, I think around 93. I've told her brothers, and I don't know if you guys did this. BMG, 10 CDs for like.
Oh no, I didn't touch it. I didn't touch it.
Dude,
I fell for that one.
We did that. My mom comes into the room. We're playing, I think, like NBA Live or something back in the day, and she's like, "You guys got a package in the mail." And we're like, "Oh, that's cool." She's like, "What could you guys have got? Like, that's weird." We're like, "Yeah, we don't know. I remember my brother took it," and we're like, "Yeah, thanks, Mom." And then she just walked away, even though I'm sure she was like right around the corner. closed the door, locked it, opened it up, and we were like, we couldn't believe that the CDs actually came. And it was Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, The Chronic,
Ooh.
Ice Cube.
Dang.
It was all the stuff that,
Nazi,
The
Nazi.
Yeah, all the
West
stuff
Coast
were-
stimulus package.
Right.
yeah. So my mom comes in the room, right? This is the best part. She comes in, she's like, so what was in the package? And yeah, I don't remember how it all went down, but she's like, let me see, basically. And she saw what it was. And she's like, Snoop Dogg, doggy style, takes the CD, cracks it.
Oh wow!
Yo.
She reads it off. Dr. Dre, The Chronic, cracks it.
Oh,
And just starts breaking all of them. She's like, not in this house. And it was like, it was hilarious because, you know.
Because low key, our moms were right
Yeah.
about that one.
Yeah.
they were
They
looking
were.
out.
They were. No, they were.
Well, that's okay. Now we can buy
Yeah.
all of the naughty music we want, either vinyl, digitally, or whatever.
All
we
sorts of
want.
options.
Yeah.
Just streaming straight up. Like,
Crack this, mom.
Now, my mama, she would have cracked me if I had tried that. But all my music was not that. The ones that were like that, I'm not gonna say that on the internet. Anyway.
Well, we were definitely going to allow our chat to ask questions,
yeah.
but I think we were kind of answering them as the questions were coming through. Stash was handling his in such a professional way. Before we get out of here, though, I know there were some questions that actually came up, Stash, on your channel. Do you want to throw a couple of those out?
Yeah. Thank you. Actually, let me find these. Oh shoot! You know what? I can't go back anymore.
I was gonna play it off and be like, I can, but I had to refresh the chat, and whenever you refresh the chat and restream, it starts off literally where you're at, not from the
I had a
chat.
feeling it did that.
Yeah.
You can go on your actual channel if you, because I think somebody got a few super chats. You can look at the fan funding. I think if or one of your mods can also see it from their end too, depending on what permissions you've given them.
That would be.
I think Boo had a question.
Yeah.
Boo Mini.
Oh, I
She
think I did
did.
see that one. Oof. I still have the restream chat here. Oh, fine.
I just asked Boo if she had a question. Boo,
Okay.
Boo's in the chat still.
She's a miniature boo.
Let's see real quick.
Miniature boo.
Yeah.
I wonder what character you will be playing in Mario Kart World.
It was like, I think a couple years ago or something. We were in she was in one of Nate's streams, and for whatever reason, we always assumed Boo Mini, I think, was like a guy. We just assumed. And she's like, oh, by the way, I'm a girl, and I'm not gonna say her real name, but she dropped like her real name, and it's like, you have the girliest name ever.
Oh wow.
Oh, Boomini, can you look under your settings as a mod and see if you can see fan funding? You can see all the super chats that come in. It'll just show you the super chats, and then maybe you can, like, I don't know, retype them. I don't know, or ask them in the chat for us. I don't know.
Yeah, because the Stormcast does not have fan.
Here, Stash, can you make me a mod
yet.
for like 10 seconds?
Not yet.
Can you make me a mod for 10 seconds, and I can show you what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
Actually, she did ask you one. She did ask you a question like an hour ago, Sandstorm, about a direct. Do we think we'll get a direct?
Joycie, can you type something in the chat?
I'm waiting for my screen to refresh.
Just so I can get you real quick.
Doobie, doobie, doo.
Can I DoorDash myself?
Okay. Add as moderator. Done. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Done and done.
How do I? Okay, refresh again because YouTube is being.
Plucky Re asked about the Metroid drop when we were kind of putting that in. What month?
Oh.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys. So, like, I like the theory about third parties owning November, and kind of rolling out the red carpet. Also for like Call of Duty, I think that could be a good month for Final Fantasy VII as well. If not, though, right? If that's not, and if it's the mystery game, I mean, I'm sure you guys all thought the same thing. But after Pokemon got dated for October, I'm like, oh, that means whatever November is has to be bigger than Pokemon, which is exciting because there's only one thing I know of that's probably bigger than Pokemon that could come out, because we know we're not getting Zelda right now.
Age of Imprisonment.
But there is a game. There's a game. I don't think Age of Imprisonment can be that big launch year holiday title. I really don't.
That's why I think
agree with that.
That's why I think that's
gonna
gonna be December. Like I think it's gonna be there.
I think it could be. I don't know where Kirby Air Riders fits in, but Sakurai seems to really love those December releases.
Something's getting pushed, man.
Some might bleed to January because their year goes to March. So
I think so too. I think that's why Age of Imprisonment is winter.
January.
And again, this is what games typically do that are winter, so they can flex it in or out, depending on how things are unfolding. So I really wonder if we're getting something Mario in November.
We can't
I wonder about that. Yeah. Possibly a Smash Brothers Switch 2 upgrade. Depending on how far along the new Smash is. If it's a few years out, why wouldn't Nintendo do this?
Yeah.
Is my
I mean,
question.
when was Wonder shown off versus when it came out?
Wonder was shown off in the June Direct and came out in
October, right?
October, November.
Fall. I just don't remember what month either.
Yeah.
God.
That's another one too, though, that Wonder could get a Switch 2 edition with a DLC expansion.
Wait, didn't Scarlet Violet come out that holiday of 2023? Pokemon? I might be misremembering.
No, it was the it was 2022 because it's been like I saw someone post. It's been like 2 years and
that's
November 2022.
Okay, I don't know what time is. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Man. Yeah. I don't remember if anything came after Super Mario Bros. Wonder.
I think Wonder was the year we got Pikmin and Super Mario RPG.
Yes. Okay, that was in. I think that was November.
Yeah, that was 20.
Yes.
That wasn't last year. That was the year before.
That was the year we got Tears of the Kingdom, right?
Yeah.
Because everyone thought after Tears that we were going to start transitioning to Switch 2, and then Nintendo was like,
playing.
no, actually, we got all these games coming, and then another year of games.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Real quick, I was able to hunt down Boomini, your questions. So thank you so much, Sweet Pea. This is on ThunderStash's channel. First, she sent in her member chat. She's been a member for 2 months, level 1 Essential Stash. And she says she's so excited for Switch 2. And then she gifted a member to ThunderStash's community. Again, thank you, Boomini. And her question, and then she sent a $5 super chat to ask. And she wanted to ask, she asked this probably because she knows Joycie's gonna rant. How are you all feeling about Nintendo making its way to digital only games? You want me to rant, or do you guys want to go?
I mean, I can go. I'm not gonna rant.
I will rant.
I think I've mentioned it a few times too.
Nintendo making its way to digital games. At this point in time, I mean, they've stood firm and said that for the foreseeable future right now, they're going to be physical. We've seen Pokemon, Mario Kart World, and Donkey Kong Bonanza all established, like, hey, everything is on the card. Whenever that inevitable future pops up, I would imagine it's due to the fact that Nintendo's games have gotten bigger, which it's been generations. Like they're still sitting comfortable in the 20 to maybe 30 range, which is amazing. But when they get there, then I would imagine we're at a space to where everybody's kind of set with it and understood it. I don't know if they'll continue this cartridge route going forward. And if they do and they decide to start going with game key cards, I think that's better than just all digital in itself. But whenever they do, they'll be the last of the Mohicans to actually go all digital. That's when you know it's official. Mm-hmm. Everybody's digital. When you see Nintendo go across that finish line, that's when we know it's all digital at that point. But I think it'll be some time before we get there. But I do have some hope, and this is something I think I said maybe a couple of shows ago. And we were having a conversation about where did we see these third-party developers as well as Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo going as far as future of gaming was concerned. Mm-hmm. Now, I made a very bold statement in saying that Sony and Microsoft, along with these other third parties, need to get to a point of you may have to piss off your customers, but start dialing back on these games, whether it's to start dropping more AA games and give us one AAA a generation. But you have to start dialing back because we watch companies fall off every generation. Mm-hmm. Like they either get bought out or they're just gone for good. So to avoid
fire all the devs.
Exactly. So to avoid all the digital, they have to dial it back. I feel like that's the only saving grace, because tariffs aside, we watched companies try to compete and say, hey, my game's 60, and it's like, but your game's not 60. And they showed you it's not 60. But I hope that we don't get full into digital. we've seen it from the movie side, we've seen it from the music side. Mm-hmm. There's no such thing as full digital at this point. You can still pick up a CD, you can still pick up a vinyl, you can still pick up Blu-rays, you can still pick up DVDs. They understand that it's still going to appeal to a good amount of people for them to go and produce. But Nintendo will be the last. So even then we could say, okay, everybody else is in digital, but if they do decide to go, it'll be a very cold day in gaming, and hopefully
we're still gonna buy it.
we still don't buy it. And there's a convenience factor there. It really is. I mean, even when you talk about, I'm on the couch, I turn on my Switch, and I'm like, okay, I want to play, let's say I want to play, I don't know, Zelda. I want to play Breath of the Wild. But I have that on cartridge, and I don't have that game in there because I have Ace Attorney in there. So now I got to get my lazy behind up, go swap out the cartridge, and then do all of that. And it gets to the point where I'm like, I just don't even want to play it right now. I think I'm good. To where digital gives you that benefit. You know what? I get enough steps in a day. That's why I work hybrid. But it's just one of those things to where I don't think we'll ever 100% be digital.
I'll shorten my rant because I am tired. So my problem with all digital is, and we already technically don't own our games already.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
But I want my packaging, I want my cartridge, I want my physical thing, because at least if something happens online, I don't have to worry about that. Yeah. Because eventually, guys, we're going to get old. And we're going to be kicking in the Nintendo old folks home one day. I want to still have access.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all going to go live with Paul Gale. I don't know if I did that. That's where all the Nintendo heads are going to go when we get old. Yeah. Paul Gale's house. But seriously, I want to be able to at least have a sense of ownership of my own games. So when Splatoon, if I did care about the story in Splatoon, that's probably not the best example. When the servers really do go for real down. Actually, I think Splatoon 1 servers are already down. You can still play single player though.
They are for Nintendo officially.
Yes. Yeah. But what is going to happen when it goes away eventually? Because you can't hold all of that really forever. Yeah. So, and then also it's just like I said, it's the sense of ownership. You know what I mean? What are you going to do? Nintendo come in here in my house and take away my physical games? Yeah, that's not going to happen. No. However, I
Nintendo
think they're. I'll just wake up all my games are
Hand me
gone.
your Donkey Kong game.
But I think there is a happy medium. And the happy medium is from the business side and for the consumer. The business side of Nintendo is like, look, this is getting expensive. We're putting all these physical games out there. People aren't buying them, but they're paying all the buying all these digital games. Look, guys, we're going to eventually have to phase this out. I think, and also I don't think that digital games ought to be the same price as physical.
Yeah,
that's another problem I have.
Yeah,
but let's say Nintendo Switch. It'll probably be Switch 4 or 5 by the time it really happens. We're going all digital, guys. You know, that's all you need. However, for those who still enjoy collecting physical, and they give us whatever the cartridge or whatever it's going to be, and then they go back to manuals and still make it whatever the price it's going to be.
Oh, love that.
And they only have to produce so many. So, you know, they'll produce 1 million physical with the pretty manual, maybe even add an extra $5 for it, you know, something like, or $10 or something like that for it. And then wait until that sells out. And then if that sells out, you see what I'm saying?
We'll make kind of pay. So limited run games, but better.
Exactly.
Better,
way better executed.
Better time frame.
I see.
And you don't have to hunt for the games, because I had to hunt for Lollipop Chainsaw. And it runs like absolute garbage on Switch 1. That's a game we can add to the list. That I think is look better on Switch 2. But the thing about it is that you want because one of the things I think we have the benefit of with Nintendo is that they built all their games on us.
Yeah,
we were the kids who had the NES and the SNES and the N64. So they want to still keep us happy, in a sense. All right. So I think that they're going. I would hope they would give us a physical option. So then when we're 90, we probably won't care.
There you go.
Because by then I don't think there'll be any physical option.
That's definitely going to happen.
Yeah. Okay.
Done ranting.
Yeah.
I promise.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. It's going to be forever before Nintendo actually hits a point where they're like, yeah, we're going to go digital only, especially with the compression techniques that they have. I think because of the game, the whole key card thing, to be honest with you, I also think that's going to last a lot longer than what people think that it is.
It will.
For that same reason.
It's lasted on the other systems this long.
Yep.
Some people are just kicking and screaming right now. It's not ideal, but
so I think, you know, and real talk, you can take this how you want to, whether it's good or bad, but it's conditioning at the end of the day. So you're still gonna get the gaming key cards, and eventually you're gonna be okay with them because they're still better than the digital point, and you can still set them back. So it is what it is. But yeah, that's my thought on it. I also want to say that the day that we get a fully digital point with Nintendo may also be the day where that company, kind of similar in how the Switch is and everything that they're doing now, is when the company as a whole has made a transition. Because I feel like between Wii U and Switch, like this Nintendo is not that Nintendo. So I'm talking about all new people in that position to make those kind of calls and stuff like that. So, I mean, who knows if that's the same Nintendo we'll love and care for, or if it's just another team. But yeah,
at least all the first party Nintendo games are going to be full on cartridge or full on digital, whatever you want. It's mainly the third parties that are like 150 million systems sold. Yeah, we want to put our game on your system. How do we do that? Oh, we don't want to do cartridge, because cartridges are physically, the individual cartridge by itself before you put the data on it, or they're like what, like $12 or $16?
$16, I believe.
Man, that adds up. A lot of overhead.
Third party ain't paying for that.
Yeah,
they ain't paying for that. That's why we have game key cards, because Nintendo said, well, we want your games on our system, and if you refuse to use the cartridge, here's another option. people like options. Real consumers like options, because at the end of the day, the third party, regardless of how whatever Nintendo sells, they could have just said, no, we don't want to. They could have just said that.
Yeah.
But they didn't. So we got a key card option. It is what it is. I don't like it either, but it is what it is. That's the way third parties wants to roll, and that's the way they roll on the other systems. It is what it is.
That's the way it goes.
I think there's a whole strategy behind this, and I'll just say this quickly. I agree with everyone's points. They're all really good points, and I share, I think, all of them also. The thing is that I've been thinking about this, and I've talked about it a little bit on the podcast, is that, okay, we already know the direction Xbox is going in. It not just from like a console and standpoint, but if you go to the store, if they have physical games, it's a very, very, very small section. They're out the door on that. And we already know their split is like, I think 90 or 91, 9. So they're done with it. Sony, similar. PS5 Pro, the only way you can buy it all in one piece is digitally. And you have to buy the disc drive separate. They're closer, I think, than a lot of people probably want them to be to getting out of it. So what happens when Microsoft and Sony's gone? You got the physical market to yourself, which means you have the retail storefront to yourself.
Another reason for game key cards.
And it is a huge reason, because you need that presence at the store, right? And as long as stores are still around, they are going to cut, especially when Nintendo's the only one doing it, they're going to cut Nintendo a deal. Because they need that foot traffic. And without that foot traffic, what are you going to do? They're going to lose money. So it makes more sense for them to sweeten the deal for Nintendo. And then Nintendo ends up doing pretty well. But it's very important for there to be some sort of retail video game presence. I think that would be really bad if all three were gone. But I've always said Nintendo's always going to be the last of the Mohicans. Word for word, I've always said the same thing.
Okay. All right. With that being said, first off, Joycie, thank you so much, because I know she's leaving. Thank you so much for coming through.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for having me. I'll see you guys next week.
We appreciate you.
In the chat, in the chat. I'll see you next week.
Right.
Oh yeah, for sure.
See ya.
Later.
Make sure you guys follow Joycie. I've left her Twitter handle in the description below, so you make sure you guys can follow her. Before we get out of here, thank you so much again, Stash, for coming through. Can
Pleasure.
you please pimp
fun.
out? Well, we all know, but can you please pimp out your?
Yeah. So you guys can find me on YouTube at ThunderStash Gaming, and I review games. I review new, indie, retro, PlayStation, Nintendo, everything, PC. I play all the video games. And of course, I have the Nintendo podcast, Nintendo Byte, every Wednesday at 6 p.m. Arizona time. I have tons of Switch 2 coverage on my channel. All the videos are in 4K 60 with HDR. So they're as good as they can look without being there in person. And I have a ton of Switch 2 coverage planned. I have a Switch 2 launch guide right now that just went up a few days ago. And then I will be doing impressions on a large majority of the games coming out. I'll be doing an unboxing. I have 2 boxes of accessories from accessory companies to go through when I do the unboxing. But really look forward to impressions going through all these games. There's a lot to go through. I think I'm going to be working probably 16 to 18 hour days. Yeah, just to be able to give good impressions. That way everyone knows, like, hey, what are the improvements here? Is it worth buying on Switch 2 if you already own it? Yada, yada, yada. All the important stuff without giving away any of the spoilers, of course. So look forward to that. That's it. Twitter, everything else, ThunderStash Gaming.
Yeah.
So
So
There
we
you
also
go.
have Stash's both his YouTube and his Twitter handle in the description as well. Make sure you just subscribe to my boy.
Yep.
Got some great content. Got some
I
great
I
content.
just
Thank
subscribed.
you.
My bad for never
Yeah,
knowing your
I
channel
won't
before
steer.
today.
Thank you. I won't steer anyone the wrong way. I I literally got into reviewing games because I was sick of all the
Mm.
dishonesty
I
in
feel
the
that.
gaming space. That is what, yeah, it's what motivated me to do it. I don't come from this industry. I was in mortgage for 10 years, and then I was in the restaurant business for 10 years in corporate management. So I worked for about 20 years in corporate management and decided that I finally wanted to go do
Right.
what I want to do,
Awesome.
which was video
Nice.
games. So,
Awesome.
yeah, so I don't even have a background in this. I am not a journalist. I will never claim to be one. I'm just a gamer who speaks honestly
Nice.
about games.
Yeah, we greatly appreciate it.
Yeah,
All right, Jack.
thanks.
What you got up for us?
So kind of similar in the nature as Stash. I plan to do like a bunch of pre-recording, nothing live. Just kind of get pre-recording of the unboxing, showcasing the system transfer as well, because I know a lot of people are keeping their Switches. I have no reason to, so I'll be doing the system transfer, and then also showcasing games that we don't know anything about. I know we've had questions about the games that didn't show up on that free list, but their frame rates are unlocked. So let's see what they look like. Just kind of getting a feel of mouse mode as well, and just really showcase as much as I can. I don't do this full time, but similar to ThunderStash, we love talking about games, but at the same time, you find a solution to your problems by creating the solution and being the solution. So if everything that you go to is disingenuous, then hey, just make it yourself.
Yeah.
So you're gonna be your best critic in that nature. So I plan to do that and get the information out there, and just really allow people to see the games for what I have picked up. I'm not gonna go crazy and buy everything, but definitely for the games that I'm interested in, people will be able to tune into the channel and actually get a chance to see what these things look like. And I'll play it for a little bit, but I also want to respect the kids as well, and like, hey, we're gonna have fun before Dad starts recording and doing some work. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Geronimo.
Yeah, thanks for always great to be here on the Stormcast. Yeah, as far as my channel, I think we're all kind of in the same page, like just hitting the first impressions, unboxings, things of that nature. Yeah, I also have like a kind of like a full list of games I have personally. Nearly 2 dozen Switch One games I'm gonna try out as well. Just see what we got. I'm looking into like one of those frame rate graph counters or like the overlays like you see for like
Okay.
Digital Foundry. I'm looking to get that into my video, so I'll be working through that this weekend.
We're shutting DF down. We're shutting them
Like,
down.
really, like it's funny. Both Stash and Jack said the exact same thing I've thought of the past week and a half. I was like, man, they've been doing a number on this coverage. Like I feel like it's time to kind of just become the one to do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as that's concerned, yeah, my channel also a gaming enthusiast channel. It's mostly Nintendo focused right now, but I do we'll pop up some PlayStation, some Xbox, some PC. Where I can, like doing some discussion videos here and there as well. And yeah, as far as Switch 2 coverage, we're hitting the ground running with Mario Kart World. We're gonna have Fast Fusion, pretty much all the race games that's coming out. That Ridge Racer Arcade Archives one that's coming out. Yeah, so just we're gonna be hitting the ground running and having some fun.
Okay.
Nice.
So, make sure that you guys follow Jack and Geronimo as well. You guys saw Shadow Fox on here, legend in the game. Make sure that you guys follow him as he talks a lot on the tech side, very heavy on the tech side. So if you want some truths on technology, especially when it comes to the consoles and what they're really capable of or what they can really do, definitely check out Shadow Fox as well. Trey Vito, our other co-host, does a lot with the entertainment, and he actually just started a third channel with music as well. So definitely check him out. I know, right? We
Having
literally
the
just had
uploads, I
this
was like,
conversation. We literally just had this conversation.
Yep.
As well, we also have another channel known as New Nami, NOONAMI, where we talk a lot about anime and all that other stuff. So if you love anime as well, make sure you go over there and check that out as well with Nodoko Yui. And then last but not least, the Sandstorm Show. Because
subscribe here.
Man, what?
Subscribe here.
Make sure you subscribe here. We are live every Saturday at 7 o'clock. You can see me sneaking in and every now and then on Nintendo Prime Podcast. When I jump in and say some words. Sunday, we have the Winging It Podcast at 7 o'clock almost every Sunday. Mm-hmm. And then I am also on the Jill podcast, Terminator Juices podcast, on Mondays as well at 7 o'clock. We do have a giveaway, a Switch 2 giveaway. I know everybody's like giving away, and we just doing the same thing. So if you want your chance to get a Switch 2 in your hands, I cannot promise you that it's going to come on June 5th, because I still got to send it out to you. But you will have one in your hands at some point. So make sure that you hit the subscribe button as well. Follow the link for the giveaway at your chance to win a Switch 2. Other than that, we thank you guys so much for coming through. Thank you once again, ThunderStash. Thank you, Joycie J. Thank you to everybody in the chat, and thank you all so much for showing up and having a great conversation with us. We have hit 4 hours and 30 minutes, which is wild.
This is the longest one. So
I know.
At least since I've been a co-host, like, man, it's feature-length presentation.
Yeah, this is Nintendo Byte numbers for sure.
Yeah.
So thank you guys. We will see you guys later.
Thank you.
Peace.